filed a lawsuit against the New York Post for the salacious claims that they made with regard to the Nation of Islam and the minister's alleged involvement with the assassination of Malcolm X. He had no involvement whatsoever, which is why you don't see him anywhere in this lawsuit.
That
And
part.
this lawsuit is a very important one. When we'll get to it, in the absence of the nation, the absence of the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan as defendants in the lawsuit makes a very important point that we have been making all of these years. He had nothing to do with it. So it must be put on the record that he has been given the story of what happened during that time. He was there. Now, what Allah has blessed us to do, has blessed me to do, I believe, and others, was gather the overwhelming evidence. We did, Dr. Maya, identify and document not just the FBI and the NYPD's involvement, because, of course, authors such as Zach Kondo and even Manny Marable, Carl Evans, people have included the FBI and the bossy unit of the NYPD. They have included them in the narrative, the assassination narrative, but not the CIA. For example, Zach Kondo goes out of his way to clear the CIA of any involvement in the assassination of Malcolm X. But we have documented the assassination, the CIA's involvement in the assassination of Malcolm X, but as an arm of the White House. That's the only thing that I would say is missing from this lawsuit is the White House as a defendant. But I guess you can't sue the Oval Office, but the CIA operated as the secret hand of the White House. And so it was President Lyndon Johnson who gave the executive action order to put the quietus on Malcolm X. Put the quietus is Latin, is a Latin euphemism for terminate, silence. And it was President Lyndon Johnson from his office in the White House in July 21st, 1964, who gave the instruction to put the quietus on Malcolm X. 3 days later, July 24th, Malcolm X was poisoned in Cairo, Egypt. That was the first attempt to execute the executive order, the executive action order of the President of the United States. Only because Malcolm received care from President Nasser's own doctor did Malcolm X survive that first assassination attempt. So the CIA, working on behalf of the White House, was absolutely involved. And so, no. Well, let me say, was I surprised? I'm always pleasantly surprised when pieces of this truth reaches the public. And having read all 85 pages of the complaint, I am very pleased with some things that I read in there. And I'm very pleased with things that we don't read in there. I
Mm.
think both say something very important about the assassination of Malcolm X, the truth of the assassination of Malcolm X.
Okay. Okay. Well, you said it was 85 pages and you read every page. And so
Yeah.
I was reading the article by MSNBC. And in the article, it says that, hold on, I'm bringing it up right now, Doc. It says attorney Ben Crump, who is representing the family, said they believe the government agencies all conspired to assassinate Malcolm X. And it says the allegations include, and I just wanted to verify this with you, it's 5 allegations. One, they said failing to safeguard despite imminent threats. So basically they knew what was going on. They knew about the threats and they did nothing to guard him against that. So that's the first allegation. The second allegation is that they removed security the night of the assassination. Now, remember, Doc, people were saying it was the nation. Oh, the nation. No, it's saying that they, let me bring the article back up. They removed security the night of the assassination. And that the third allegation, they actively encouraged and facilitated the assassination. And then it says number 4, on duty operatives failed to intervene. And then 5th, there was a concealment effort or cover up after the fact. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, would you say that these were the 5 key allegations or the 5 key points made in that 85 document, or did they miss something?
I think it's an okay summary.
Mm.
They watered down some of the language in the complaint.
Mm.
And so the complaint says, this is the language the complaint uses. The defendants, and this is paragraph 216 of the complaint, page 47, says the defendants, that being the CIA enlisted personnel, the FBI enlisted personnel, and the NYPD enlisted personnel. The defendants affirmatively encouraged, coordinated, and provided the circumstances for the successful assassination of Malcolm X. See, encouraged and coordinated the successful assassination of Malcolm X. That language is very important. It says also, I have said, and we have said, focusing on the 5 men coming up out of New Jersey, whom I have described as Kill Team 2, the shooter team, versus Kill Team 1, the Judas team. Kill Team 2, the shooter team, the 5 shooters of Malcolm. I have said that focusing all of the narrative on them is grasping at low-hanging fruit. In the complaint, paragraph 79, page 22, the complaint rightly says this: their investigation, coming on the heels as a follow-up of the 2021 reinvestigation by the Manhattan District Attorney Cy Vance. This complaint says, quote, NOI, Nation of Islam Lieutenant William Bradley and NOI members Leon Davis, Talmadge Hare, Benjamin Thomas, and Wilbur McKinley, of course, these being those whom Talmadge Hare identified as being with him on that day when they executed Malcolm X. The complaint says these are co-conspirators who acted together and in conspiracy with some of the named FBI, NYPD, and CIA defendants to assassinate, meaning those institutions and their personnel. These 5 Black men worked with those institutions, not the Nation of Islam,
Right.
as an institution, the CIA, FBI, and NYPD to assassinate Malcolm X, and all of them, those 5, except Hayer, also acted together and in conspiracy with the named FBI, NYPD, and CIA defendants to cover up their roles in the assassination of Malcolm X. Those 5 were low-hanging fruit. They were acting in concert with and under the instruction of the U.S. government, i.e. the CIA and the FBI and the NYPD, who, in the language of the complaint, encouraged, coordinated, and provided for the circumstances of the successful assassination of Malcolm X.
And you've been saying this, Dr. Wesley Muhammad. You've been saying it. Yeah, and then it was also you brought on, I remember about a year or 2 ago, you brought on an officer's cousin, I believe. Was it an officer's cousin who found?
So Reggie Wood, we were on with you, who is the cousin of bossy NYPD bossy officer Ray Wood, who is very important to this story. And Reggie Wood, the cousin, is very important. He's very courageous, coming out and providing a very critical piece of the puzzle of the assassination of Malcolm X. And I want to say this: the gatekeepers of Malcolm X scholarship, those who have over the decades created the popular and scholarly narrative around the assassination of Malcolm X, the scholarly pillars of this narrative, you would have expected that when Reggie Wood came forward with the confession of his blood relative, Ray Wood, that we knew about Ray Wood. The community knew that even that Ray Wood was at, Officer Ray Wood was at the Audubon. So when Reggie Wood came forward, we knew who he was talking about. Under normal circumstances, you would expect the Malcolm X scholarly community to salute and show appreciation, applaud the coming forward of Reggie Wood with this confession from his blood relative, Ray Wood. It took a lot of courage.
Yeah, it did.
But almost all of the pillars of Malcolm X scholarship is shunning Reggie Wood, shunning the very important details that he's providing. Why are they doing so? Is the problem with Reggie Wood's credibility? No. It illustrates the problem of the credibility of these whom we have looked to all of these years as the scholars on Malcolm X, because they have a vested interest. They created this false narrative that centers the Nation of Islam and the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in terms of culpability for this. In the words of the complaint, this dastardly deed that took place February 21st, 1965, they have centered unjustly the nation the information and the details provided by Reggie Wood from his involved cousin, Ray Wood, these details don't help the false narrative that they have created and have invested in. So they have shunned Reggie Wood, and in so doing so, refuse to avail themselves to a very critical piece of this puzzle. And that's why we thank you for hosting myself and Reggie Wood on your
Always.
platform.
Always.
And in the current lawsuit filed by Attorney Crump, it sees the value of the Ray Wood confession and what Reggie Wood is bringing to the table.
Thank you, Doc. That was going to be my next question. Did
Right?
they mention that in the 85-page lawsuit?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Absolutely.
So they saw the value, but like you said, these scholars, they didn't. And Dr. Muhammad,
scholars are quiet.
Exactly, they're quiet
Scholars
now.
are very quiet.
Well, they say the lie is sweeter than the truth. So
absolutely. And this particular lie, these persons have been invested in their whole careers, have been built on this false narrative of Malcolm X. And it has always been ideological as much or even more than it is scholarly. They went out of their way to pin this assassination on the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. And we, through the Honorable Brother Minister Farrakhan, have been exposing the falsehood of this claim. We now, because we have not just done equal research, but deeper research than even they have done, of availing ourselves to the breadth of available material that they did not avail themselves of. So, from a data point basis, we were able to say before this lawsuit was filed that the CIA don't stop at the FBI. The FBI and the CIA had a liaison in this Malcolm X operation. It was a joint operation because the order came from the White House. The order didn't come from J. Edgar Hoover or Richard Hams of the CIA.
By Wesley. That's a major claim to say that it come from the White House. I would love to see the evidence for that. I'm not saying he's wrong, right, or indifferent, but I'm just saying if the government is involved, it needs to be laid out. I would love to see that lawsuit and layout of it. I could see it for myself. But remember when he talked about those 5 guys in Newark, New Jersey, they came from the mosque of the Nation of Islam. Whether they were agents or not. Hey, all right, let's keep it moving. Anybody want to jump on, by the way, the link is in the chat.
Edgar Hoover and Richard Hams were carrying out an executive order to put the quietus on Malcolm X, terminate him, silence him.
Dr. Muhammad, let me ask you this. What factors do you think contributed to the family now following this lawsuit? What do you think it was? Because this assassination happened nearly 60 years ago. So what do you think? Why do you think the family said, you know what, now is the time for us to hold these entities accountable for their father's assassination?
I will not speculate on what was in the mind of our family in terms of timing. I'm sure that the success of the 2021 case, which exonerated the two falsely accused, falsely charged, and unjustly imprisoned brothers, Khalil Islam, formerly Thomas 15X Johnson, and Muhammad Aziz, formerly Norman 3X Butler. These were the Muslims who were scapegoated, who were falsely imprisoned for this murder. The success of the 2021 reinvestigation by the Manhattan District Attorney, I'm sure, has something to do with the timing. And it's right, it's appropriate. The revelations provided by Reggie Wood regarding Ray Wood's role, I'm sure, is a factor. But allow me to say this, if I can.
Yes.
I would be remiss if I didn't. I appreciate this 2024 lawsuit. I appreciate the 2021 lawsuit. But I have to say, all of these, or both of these, are secondary to the foundational legal work of Attorney William Kunstler. William Kunstler's attempt to get Aziz and Islam exonerated in the 1970s. His work is foundational to the revelation of the truth of the assassination of Malcolm X. Now, everybody, all scholarship uses his work, Attorney Kunstler's legal work, as the foundation, but they do not use all of what he revealed. See, all of this effort goes back to the Thomas Hagen affidavits.
I remember you spoke about that.
It was Attorney Kunstler who got Talmadge Hayer to provide the he got Talmadge Hayer to provide the Thomas Hagen affidavits that is foundational to the whole narrative, both scholarly narrative, popular narrative, and legal narrative. But the Thomas Hagen affidavits and the information contained therein is only a portion of what Attorney William Kunstler was able to discover and reveal regarding what really happened to Malcolm X. And allow me, please, to read.
Please.
As MSN read the main points of the current lawsuit, allow me to read the main points of the foundational legal investigation of the assassination of Malcolm X by Attorney Kunstler. Attorney Kunstler's effort, which gave us the 5 names, or the 4 who assisted Talmadge Hayer. Kunstler's investigation demonstrated that 1, Malcolm X was killed by 5 assassins from New Jersey rather than New York. This was not the revelation of Manny Marable. It was not the revelation of Muhammad Abdul Rahman. It is not the revelation of Zach Kondo. This is the revelation of Attorney William Kunstler's investigation in the 70s that Malcolm was killed by 5 assassins from New Jersey rather than New York. His effort gave us the names Benjamin Thomas, Leon Davis, William Bradley, and Wilbur or Kinley. It was he, not Muhammad Abdul Rahman, who identified William Bradley. It was Kunstler who found William Bradley while serving a 7-year sentence in Caldwell Penitentiary. He made contact with Bradley in the 70s. This information goes back to the groundbreaking investigation of Attorney William Kunstler. Let's go on. Point number 2 from this investigation. Quote, the fine hand of the FBI was deeply involved in the assassination. He said his investigation concluded, and he availed himself to FBI documents that led him to these conclusions, that the Bureau and or the NYPD, quote, procured, instigated, or arranged the murder of Malcolm X. We knew this, the evidence, the legal investigation established this back in the 70s. Number 3, the FBI's COINTELPRO operation against the Nation of Islam used techniques to deliberately create the factional dispute between Malcolm X and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and promote violence between the two organizations, the Nation of Islam and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, that being Malcolm X's organization. It was for the overall purpose of promoting this factional violence among the two Black extremist groups that the FBI, quote, procured the murder of the most accessible target, namely Malcolm X. In other words, Attorney Kunstler's investigation from the FBI files revealed that the FBI deliberately set the Nation of Islam and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, or wanted to set them in conflict with each other. And they said that in order to do so, they will kill the most accessible one, Malcolm X, and that killing, the FBI hope, will spark the war between the two groups. Malcolm was more accessible to kill than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So this is why they targeted him and then did all they could to flame the fires of a civil war that they hope will erupt. 4, this is what the foundational investigation turned up way back in 1977, 1978. 4, 2 police officers, Gilbert Henry and John Carroll, were hidden from public view in a room in an Audubon ballroom with a walkie-talkie that connected to an officer that was stationed in the emergency room of the hospital where Malcolm would be taken. This indicates prior knowledge of the violence that would be directed at Malcolm X on that day. 5, the torpedoes from New Jersey. See, we didn't hear publicly about New Jersey. Everything was New York.
Right.
But it was his investigation that revealed that the kill team wasn't based in New York. It was based in New Jersey. The torpedoes from New Jersey who shot Malcolm X were both religious zealots, but also, and more importantly, were mercenaries paid money to carry out the will of the FBI and the NYPD. They were paid assassins. And the money they were paid with was government money through the coffers of the FBI. Number 6 from this foundation, point number 6, revealed by this foundational investigation, 1977, of attorney William Kunstler. The assassination of Malcolm X was thus accomplished by FBI assets in the Nation of Islam's New Jersey community, and then Malcolm X's organization and close circle. That latter part is critical. Again, I have documented there were 2 kill teams. Kill team 1, the Judas team. Kill team 2, the shooter team. Kill team 1, the Judas team, are those lieutenants of Malcolm X who betrayed Malcolm X. Kill team 2, the shooter team, could not do its job except kill team 1 successfully did their job in betraying Malcolm X. That's what's missing from MSN summary, and it's not in the complaint, but it's okay. We provide the details. The security stripping did not begin with the Ray Wood operation. That was part of it. But the security stripping, Malcolm was totally security-less on that day because Kill Team 1, the Judas team, the lieutenants of Malcolm X, suspended security. And it was lieutenants of Malcolm X, not Malcolm X, who ordered that there would be no search at the door. Malcolm never gave that order. It was Kill Team 1, the Judas team, who gave that order. Specifically, James Shabazz, James Warden or James Shabazz, not the Nation of Islam James Shabazz, Malcolm's lieutenant and chief of staff, James Shabazz, and Reuben Francis. They gave the order that there would be no check at the door. They gave the order that the brothers are not to bring their weapons to.
When my first jiu-jitsu teacher was a bodyguard for Malcolm X, and he told me that the day Malcolm X spoke, they told a group of them that Malcolm wasn't going to speak again. He said by the time he got to the Audubon Ballroom, they was wheeling Malcolm X out on a stretcher towards the ambulance to take him to the hospital. So there's a lot of things with this story that's kind of weird. Why would they tell them Malcolm X is not speaking? That means that actually adds on to what Dr. Wesley is saying about Kill Team 1 and Kill. I don't subscribe to the calling them Kill Team 1 and Kill Team 2. That's his, I think that's his terminology. I don't know if that's in the paper. But the first team, he's right. Because remember, one of the rules you have as an FOI, you can't leave your post until you're properly relieved. So when the brother moved from the stage area, he was moving out of line of sight for the gunshots to come. So he moved when the guy said, get your hands out of my pocket, or whatever distraction they had. The movie said that. But whatever distraction they had, he should have never left his post. He should have signaled to somebody else, come relieve me, let me handle it, or somebody who was closer could handle it, instead of him also moving towards that, because he was moving out of line of sight to where Malcolm X was going to be shot. So that's something to think about. And because in NOI, when you're on post and you see brothers on post, they're on post until somebody signaled to them to move from their post. So if they're these guys who were in the Nation of Islam before and they're under Malcolm X are following pretty much the same rules because Malcolm taught them those rules. So I'm trying to figure out, why did that guy leave his post? I don't know if hey, West Africa YDNA, I don't know if Malcolm X ordered that. I heard that, but I don't know that. In the movie, it says that the people them don't feel comfortable. I saw that in a movie, but I don't know. I don't know that. I've yet to see somebody confirm that who was a part of the group.
The Audubon, but all of them had their weapons. The Judas team had their weapons, but those loyal to Malcolm were instructed not to bring their weapons. So the security stripping of Malcolm X that left him as a sitting duck on stage on that day. The NYPD did their part in pulling their men back. The FBI did their part in sending Ray Wood to entrap Saeed Khalil in particular, who was loyal to Malcolm and was over the inside security. He wasn't turned. He was loyal to Malcolm, so he had to be entrapped and taken off the scene. But also the Judas team did their job in stripping Malcolm of security by giving the order to Malcolm's people that they are not to search at the door and that they are not to bring their weapons. So, final point, point number 8 of Attorney Kunstler's foundational investigation is the most important point. Listen to what he says, and this doesn't make it into the narrative, all of which relies on what he did. But they pick and choose. This is what he says. Point number 8 of his investigation. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had nothing whatsoever to do with the assassination of Malcolm X. This foundational legal investigation of 1977-78, which the entire Malcolm X narrative, popular, scholarly, and legal, ultimately goes back to his effort, but his effort in its fullness laid out the broad contours of what really happened, but the popular and scholarly narrative does not avail themselves of the breadth of what he found out. They selectively utilize, they cherry pick his findings. And so I would be remiss if I did not shine light and lift up the foundational legal effort of Attorney William Kunstler of 1977. The 2021 and the 2024 legal efforts are great and wonderful, but they are both secondary to Attorney Kunstler's investigation.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad, for walking us through that and giving those six major points. Let me ask you this. Do you think that with this case, are we going to learn anything new, right? Because, with the government, they seal files for 60 years, and he was assassinated February 21st, 1965, right? And a lot of those government files are sealed for 50 and 60 years, and we know why, right? Because everybody's the probability of people still being alive is slim to none after this. Do you think that some files are going to be opened and we're going to learn new information?
Well, I certainly would hope so. I certainly would hope so. There are 9,600 declassified FBI, CIA, NYPD files currently. We can learn new things just by availing ourselves to that treasure trove.
That's true.
But the scholarly narrative has not. Now, that 9,600 pages of declassified documents is just a small portion of what the government has that has not been declassified yet. I know that we will make stunning revelations if the government will open all of the files. Of course, we would hope that this particular legal effort is successful in forcing the government to do so. I would like to read, if I may,
Please.
from the current lawsuit. there's two things. It's not new, but it's confirming, and it's important. And I would like to put it or enter it into our conversation.
Please.
The current, of course, we have bear with me.
Oh, I'm with you, Doc.
On my website, www.wesleymuhammad.com, and also drwesley.info, you have documents from my Malcolm X project. One of the documents is a piece I wrote entitled John Ali, Top Lev. I demonstrate we can move beyond speculation and question as to whether John Ali, at the time the National Secretary of the Nation of Islam, for years there was speculation and rumors. Was he an FBI agent or asset? I show in this writing that we can move well beyond the speculation. He absolutely had a relationship with the FBI, with J. Edgar Hoover himself. And so I was very pleased to read in the complaint, the 2024 complaint, that their investigation, the investigation of his legal team, affirmed on page 14, paragraph 48, quote, defendant John Ali Simmons, also known as John Ali and John X, was a former national secretary for the Nation of Islam and an FBI informant provocateur assigned to infiltrate the Nation of Islam at the behest of the FBI. See, that's a very important confirmation. It's not a revelation. It's an important confirmation of, and the government, those who credibly can be charged with culpability in Malcolm's death, those who carry Muslim names, those persons have been are now established as government assets. They weren't in their involvement in the death of Malcolm X. They weren't working on behalf of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. They were working on behalf of their paymasters.
Teach.
And their paymasters. So they weren't simply religious zealots. Above and beyond that, they were mercenaries. And their paymasters didn't come from Chicago. Their paymasters came from Washington, D.C.
Dr. Muhammad, let me ask you this. Do you think that this lawsuit will give us a more in-depth understanding of COINTELPRO? Because I don't think people really understand the depths of COINTELPRO and what COINTELPRO did to, you know, the Black movement. I don't think the Black Power movement. I don't think that people really understand the depths of it. So do you think this lawsuit will reveal, you know, the depths of COINTELPRO and what it did to to the Black Power movement, our activists, our organizations.
I would hope so, and I would think so, and you are right. Black people need to understand how COINTELPRO operated because it's still operating.
Come on.
We are victimized in 2024 with the exact same tactics that were used in 1964. We fall for the same tactics. And if we knew more and better and deeper about the government's tactics, then I suspect we won't so easily fall victim to them today. So I would hope that through these efforts, most recently the efforts of Attorney Crump and his legal team on behalf of the Shabazz family, I would hope that, yes, a deeper knowledge of COINTELPRO operations as it played out in targeting Malcolm, because the Malcolm X operation was parallel. It mirrored the John F. Kennedy operation.
Come on, teach.
Mirrored in very remarkable ways. The JFK murder was a government hit. At the highest level, it was a very complex government hit. The assassination of Malcolm X was a complex government hit. And the template of the Malcolm X operation really was the JFK operation. And so the JFK assassination shines great light on the Malcolm X assassination. They mirror each other.
What about Dr. King, Dr. Wesley Muhammad? What are your thoughts?
It's the same. Absolutely. And of course, Attorney William Pepper. Yes. Attorney William Pepper. He's foundational to the legal effort that successfully proved the U.S. government orchestrated the assassination of brother Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in April 1968 in Memphis. The lawsuit that William Pepper filed on behalf of the King family in, I forget, I think 95, 99, in the 90s, the jury found that the government was responsible for the assassination of Malcolm X. So
Dr. King.
I'm sorry, Dr.
King. Yeah.
Martin Luther King. So that was a successful legal effort.
All right, peace and love. Press the number 1 if you could hear me clearly through the microphone. Number one. Peace and love, peace and love. Welcome to the Brother Garfield podcast. Welcome to original Man Cave Sundays, Dagger Squad up. All right, hear me I say. The Nation of Islam, right, is not in the lawsuit. That is major, because for those who say the Nation of Islam is involved, the family don't say it. I don't know if they just don't want it, they don't want the nation involved at all or whatever. But as much as what I know, this was one of the things that hindered me from saying, hey, I want to join the Nation of Islam or not, understanding the whole Malcolm X thing. Because Malcolm X and reading Malcolm X is what made me start to get inspired as far as getting knowledge of self and moving forward from out of Christianity. So Malcolm X's book changed my entire life. I mean, I didn't believe the part when he said he saw Master Farad Muhammad in prison and all that stuff. I don't think anybody believed that. But Oh, I want to address Mr. 707. You said that the Israelites don't have, I could call an Israelite camp member right now and put them on speakerphone. They have a prison ministry where they recruit people from prison. So you say that Israelites don't do it, and stop marginalizing yourself like I'm an Israelite. You claim to be an Israelite. It don't necessarily be true. But one thing I know is true about you. You are a black man in America. You're an African American, and white supremacy look at you as a Negro. That's something you can't deny. You being an Israelite is wishy-washy. That's all about faith and whether you believe the Bible or not. But you being a Negro in the eyes of white supremacy is there. They don't speak for the movement. There's no movement. What movement are you referring to? There's no Israelite movement. There are some people that are Christians who are rebelling against Christianity, who claim to be Hebrew Israelites, and there's some people that don't believe in the New Testament, and they're copying Orthodox Judaism from rabbinical Judaism. Either one, it don't matter. But anyway, I do want to say that the transgender infiltrating the Israelite camp is a very important topic. It shows you how far the transgender movement is going. Even a little tiny movement, which is less than what? 2% of the African American community, and they're infiltrating it. And by the way, too, what's his name responded? What's his name? TD Jakes files lawsuit. TD Jakes files lawsuit. Let me see if it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's right here. Let me see if I can get it real quick. Hold on 1 second. So y'all can see this real quick. This is just to follow up on talk to an Israelite person or Israelite group. They're not a movement. What movement? There's no movement. A movement is like the civil rights movement. So if I said movement, I am wrong. Let me correct myself. All right, here we go. Remember last week I played a video with the brother Youngblood said that TD Jakes, when he was younger, TD Jakes kissed him and called him and said he has 3 things for him to do. One was don't sleep with anybody else. He don't want to give his wife anything. He'll pay all his bills, and he's going to deal with him alone and all that type of homosexual stuff. So now that is slander. But now in a case like this, it's he say, she say. So these type of lawsuits is probably just a front. But let's see what it says in this video right here regarding TD Jakes. I just want to be balanced about the situation.
So it's Layla Lynn, and I'm back with another video. I'm doing a follow-up on the situation with TD Jakes, him falling out in the pulpit, which he is okay. His daughter released a video and said he's okay, but now he is suing Dwayne Youngblood. So we're going to get into his lawsuit against Dwayne Youngblood in this video. If you don't know who Dwayne Youngblood is and why he's suing them, you will know by the end of this video. So if you're watching, if you haven't yet subscribed, go ahead and subscribe, and everyone click the thumbs up button. All right, you guys. So when TD Jakes fell out in the pulpit, a lot of people were saying it was stress from being associated with Diddy, from like being at the Diddy parties and things like that. Now, when I say being at the Diddy parties, I don't mean like the baby oil parties. I just mean being seen with Diddy. Diddy was trying to basically repair his reputation. Like, he renamed himself Love. He was trying to do good things to repair his reputation because there were rumblings that he was about to go down. And one of the things that Diddy was doing to repair his reputation was associating with people like Thomas Dexter Jakes, TD Jakes, and TD Jakes went with it. Now, why he went with it, why he was okay with being associated with Diddy, to me, this is my opinion. I feel like TD Jakes is just a man. And a lot of y'all who didn't realize that titles are just titles. Like, no man is above another. But a lot of y'all who didn't realize that are going to realize that by the time this is all over, the situation with TD Jakes, a lot of y'all are going to realize a man is just a man, where they have the title of bishop, pastor, elder. And not, when I say man, I don't mean gender. I just mean human. A human is just a human, and humans do human things. So I was looking at the comments from the video. Shout out to y'all who engage with my videos. A lot of y'all engaged and mentioned Diddy in the video about TD Jakes falling out. Like this person who said, I'm a registered nurse, and that's a sign of a stroke. Slow, slurred speech, left-sided weakness, probably from stress, related to all the social media BS behind Diddy. Someone else said Diddy stuff coming out, so this is his way of publicizing he might be sick and need to take a break. It's a fake story. A lot of y'all are feeling like it's a fake story. Someone else said faked it. Knows they coming for him regarding Diddy parties. And someone else said this act was staged to perfection. The sad part is that the gullible fell for it. Watch the video carefully and you will see exactly what I'm saying. There is security around Bishop Jakes as well as medical detail. During Sunday morning service, a lot of churches do have a medical detail. This person went on to say, note the timing of his sickness that has garnered sympathy ahead of Diddy's receipts on all involved in the baby oil parties. This is what we call perfect distractions 101, and you fell for it. They cut the camera only after less than a minute. You mean to tell me that no one in that crowd didn't record what happened on their phones or smart devices? He said, we do it all the time, but so far no one has posted anything on the various media outlets. They probably have the threat of being sued. Like if they share it, they were probably told not to share it with the threat of being sued. But this person says, so now everyone is sympathetic towards him and it's right where they want you to be when Hollywood showed up at the pastor's house. Now, I want to share this particular comment because there is a lot of, I don't even want to say scuttlebutt because I feel like there's something to it. There are a lot of people saying that him falling out was faked. And in my opinion, it was either a symptom of stress or a demonstration of stress. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but what I will tell you is that to me, it looks like it's regarding the Dwayne Youngblood situation, not necessarily Diddy. The New York Post is reporting Bishop T.D. Jakes sues fellow pastor for defamation following sex abuse claims. The report, Bishop T.D. Jakes is in stable condition a day after suffering a medical emergency during a sermon, but the megachurch pastor is facing another hurdle related to SA allegations. T.D. Jakes, who is 67, has filed a defamation lawsuit against Dwayne Youngblood, a fellow pastor who claims that T.D. Jakes tried to SA him when he was 18 or 19 years old. Those are the allegations. Whether you believe them or not, it's up to you, but those are the allegations, and it gets much deeper. The New York Post reports Youngblood made the explosive claims against T.D. Jakes on an October 27th episode of the Larry Reed Live podcast, alleging that T.D. Jakes tried to groom him and also hugged and tried to kiss him.
Professor Terence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as the greatest.
They say the younger pastor and his attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, who represented Lil Rod in his lawsuit against Diddy, then demanded $6 million from T.D. Jakes in order to resolve this matter quickly and privately in a November 15th legal filing. Youngblood said if Jakes didn't cough up the cash, he'd sue him for SA and harassment. And here we are now. I believe the SA would be trying to kiss him and harassment would be the phone call that followed after and some other things that transpired after he tried to kiss him. That's my understanding. Jakes instead opted to file, they say Jakes instead opted to file a defamation lawsuit against Youngblood in Pennsylvania federal court, which he has to do for the sake of his reputation. T.D. Jakes has to sue this man. He can't pay this man off. He can't pay this man off and give him an NDA. He has to sue him and sue him for defamation. And I tried to access the lawsuit, but when I go onto like the Pacer login, it says that I'm not, I don't have the credentials. Normally as the public, you can see those type of things, but I wasn't able to see it. But I will leave a link to an attorney on YouTube who does have the text of the lawsuit if you want to go through it line by line. They say in their filing, Jake's attorney seemed to hint that the stress of the lawsuit might have contributed to his medical emergency on Sunday. I want to go back to this comment because it's like, okay, so right after the medical emergency is when the lawsuit is filed. And when the lawsuit is filed, they mentioned the medical emergency. So it kind of goes back to what this person was saying about it being basically like a ploy, like a tactic to use in the lawsuit. And that's why I say, was it a demonstration of stress? Was it really stress or a demonstration of stress? That's what people are questioning. Now, I do have to say this. If it was just a demonstration, I think that's awful. I think that's awful. And for me, in the video, when I was saying it was hard for me to watch, my dad died last month, and it looked just like that. His final moments alive looked just like that. And so if TD Jakes did that on purpose, then he has to pay for it. He has to pay for it. I'll say that. They say, quote, this lawsuit is intended to bring that scheme to a halt, like the getting the money scheme, that $6 million scheme. This lawsuit is intended to bring that scheme to a halt. To extend the extreme emotional, physical, and spiritual toll defendant's conduct has caused Bishop Jakes to set the record straight so that the world understands the patent falsity of the accusations and to restore Bishop Jakes' reputation. They say Bishop Jakes believes with all his heart that actual victims of SA should be treated with the utmost respect, kindness, empathy, and sympathy, and that true perpetrators of such abuse should be held accountable for their actions. But that is not the case here. Youngblood has used and abused the might of social media and the legal process to make knowingly false accusations for his own personal and financial gain. Now, in case y'all didn't know, Youngblood is a registered offender in the state of Pennsylvania, and he's currently on parole. So what that means regarding whether you believe his story or not, you can leave a comment and let me know. But Youngblood has previously pleaded guilty to SA to at least 2 teenage boys, and he now claims to be reformed and even published a book. So y'all leave a comment and let me know what you think about the situation. Do you think TD Jakes, what happened to TD Jakes Sunday, do you think it was related to the lawsuit in a way of, you know, it was caused by stress from the lawsuit, like everything that was going on, he was stressed out and he really passed out because of that, like possibly had a stroke or what have you? Or do you think it was like a demonstration of stress in order to set up the lawsuit? Y'all leave a comment and let me know what you think. Y'all tell me y'all opinion. As always, thanks for watching.
Layla tells it all. Layla tells it all.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm muted. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, family. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Mika. Thank you. I'm sorry. So I was ranting and talking and all right. So what I was saying is that I played a video last night, and this is why I put transgender infiltrates the Israelite camp. So there's this new camp, Sons of Yahweh or whatever. And apparently, let me find the video, by the way, too. I'm playing clips of it. And we have someone who is infiltrating Hold on one second. Let me play the video.
That I got. So I'm like, who? And so they said they getting the pictures now.
I want you to look at this picture right here, right? Now, this is what the person looks like, right? When they dress up as a woman. And now, this is what the person looks like now, right here. Who is this person fooling? Is this group so thirsty for membership that they didn't realize what's going on right here? This is just absolutely nuts. I'm really disappointed. I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine about it. I ain't gonna say his name. And he even him, and we both don't rock with Israelites and believe what they believe. And we was like, yo, this is mad wrong. You guys got to be careful. You see, in your belief, you get blinded by people trying to join your group. You let any and anybody join your group. And then you make all Israelites, although ISUPK like to jump out and say, hey, we are ISUPK and we don't affiliate with no other group. I see for good reason. It gets to the point, these brothers is taking pictures at the Feast of Tabernacles. You could tell that's a female. You could tell. You can't tell that's a female? Look at that. That's a female. That's a female. You dropped a link in the chat and saw someone did it, no problem. I did. Only mods can drop links, Brother Law. I need to add you as a moderator. Hold on. Let me add Brother Law as a moderator real quick. Shout out to Brother Law, by the way. Peace and love. Peace and love to Brother Law in the building. Let me give you a moderator badge real quick, beloved. Only moderators can drop links. Add as a moderator. Standard moderator. There you go, Brother Law. You're a moderator right now. Fontaine, Fire Logic. He said, I don't date women who don't have kids and pictures of the birth. Oh, man. No, I'm not saying that. Now, Mr. 707, you're too emotional when it comes to Israelite topics. Now, you got to be honest, though, brother. Does that look like a man to you? Come on, Mr. 707. Let's be honest. Does that look like a man to you? That don't look like no man. That don't look like no man. Who you fooling? I'll be like the brother, hey, listen here, bro. I'd rather make an error. I'd rather be wrong than just let this shit slide without questioning it. Then you have brothers asking, can I see your rod and all this foolishness? For what? Come over here, let me see your rod.
This year, I'm showing my mom I'm invested in
We gotta do better as humans, yo. This shit is crazy, yo.
With Whoop, she'll be able
Person in the middle. So they're taking pictures with this person. And then they're finding out, and you know, who knows what type of fellowship, what they had to do to bring them in there. And can we find out? You damn right we can find out another way. It get worse than this, though. It get worse than this. Or crazier than this. So they tell a person, hey, you're going to have to prove to us you're a man. You would think like a driver's license or other methods to prove that this is a man. Or, and here's the part that I couldn't figure out for the life of me. Now, I couldn't figure this out by even the people that was running the room. What I couldn't figure out is, are they going through this whole process of trying to find out if this is a man or a woman to keep them in their organization? Because let's say, if you find out that this person is, let's say anybody comes to your school and then you find out that they're a lesbian or they're gay, right? You're not going to let them stay in the school. You're going to tell them, hey, you're going to have to stop being a lesbian or you're going to have to stop being gay in order to be in the school, but you're not going to fight for them to be in the school. So if you clearly find out that this is a woman, why not just put him out? Listen, why not just put this person out? It's deception across the board. So they say, hey, whip out your rod so we can prove you a man. She says, no, I'm not whipping out the rod. She was allowed to stay in there.
Shout out to Cap for saying she.
That's crazy.
She. If you notice, he's using the pronoun she.
So, of course, the brother sending me all these pictures and sending me information. And so that's the story that I had at that moment. This was Thursday. So I immediately make a post, put pictures up, the pictures that were sent to me. I make a post and saying, we can't have this in Israel. We cannot have, y'all must not want that sale. Y'all ain't thumbing up the video. That's all I'm going to say. So we can't, so I immediately make a post to say, we cannot have transgenders infiltrate the Israelite world. This is off. This is the pictures. I get a call from a brother. The brother calls me and he was like, he calls me on behalf of soldiers of Yahweh. And so he calls me and he says, listen, Salakia, Cap, the brothers is investigating this story. They're not sure if this is a scenario of a man. They're not sure if this is a scenario of a man with a woman, man transition to it. They're not sure of the story. And they asked me if I would wait until 11 p.m. before if they asked if I could take the post down until 11 p.m. as they try to work out and get to the bottom of the story. So I said, fine. I said, if y'all want me to wait till 11 p.m., I'll wait till 11 p.m. So because I was on Central Standard Time, I actually waited till 12 p.m. And then I put the story right back up. And then the only other person I saw that did a story on the subject was Inside the Nation. Oh, let me get their channel. Let me go ahead and plug my brother Abaya in. Inside the Nation. The only other people I saw that did a story on this was, hold on. Was Inside the Nation. And so that's this channel right here, Inside the Nation. Shout out to Abaya. I've known him for years. I've done debates on his channel, interviews on his channel. And so they're the only ones I saw that did a story on it. And so I called Abaya, gave him props for doing a story. And so that was Friday. So that was Thursday. So then Friday, yeah, because we was at Camp Friday. So Friday, now they got a room on Friday, Clubhouse room. So now I'm listening to this Clubhouse room because they got the girl in there. They got a couple of the brothers that witnessed or was there. And then I believe they had Corey on the stage. And what I first want to say is, just me personally, this was a horrible judgment. This was a horrible council room. It was not run. I don't know. It just wasn't run properly to me. That's just my opinion. The room wasn't run properly to me, and I'm not the only one of that opinion. The room could have been a lot better. Everybody's not a judge in Israel. They're not. Everybody's not a judge. Everybody's not a counselor. And what this should teach everybody is Clubhouse is not the truth. Clubhouse is a place you can go. Clubhouse is like any other social media place where you go to try to find where the truth is at, but it's not the truth. Just remember this. This person was allowed to go on Clubhouse and then just start teaching. And then y'all went into the rooms and listening to this he teach y'all the Bible. Just think about that. Like I said, when I talked to General Hyman was like, how would this work for y'all? Excuse me. General Hyman said, well, how would this work for us? I said, well, if a brother or sister come to class, they here to learn. They don't teach. They don't do nothing. You sit in class. There's a structure. There's an order. There's everything. That's what you do. We ain't never had no crazy nigga teaching on our stage. Teaching in our room? Hell no. And that's the problem. My damn throat itchy as hell, man. Where's my book bag at? Oh, it's over there. So as I'm listening in the room, now the story this lady gave was that she was a hermaphrodite.
Hey, Brother Law, come on the stage real quick, brother. Come on the stage real quick, Brother Law. If you can. Brother Law, jump on the stage real quick. Hit the panel real quick, Brother Law. Yeah, said she was a hermaphrodite. That shit is crazy, yo. Yo, you like, it's like some Young and the Restless type shit.
And that's the problem. My damn throat itchy as hell, man. I'm trying to remember my book bag at. Oh, it's over there. So as I'm listening in the room, now the story this lady gave was that she was a hermaphrodite.
Yep, to choke.
The story this lady gave was that she was a hermaphrodite. And she had male parts. The story this lady gave, she was a hermaphrodite with male parts. Now, if y'all follow, somebody says stop. Somebody said stop. So, I think I got some halls somewhere. I'm trying, y'all. Maybe this gum will help me out. So she's a hermaphrodite. Yeah, y'all couldn't have did this, y'all. I couldn't have did this, y'all. I couldn't. Lord be with them, brother. That's all I'm gonna say. Lord be with them, brother. So she said she was a hermaphrodite, but she was born with the male parts. Now, what I needed to look it up. I'm gonna look this up now. Hermaphrodite. I'm gonna look up the percentage. Hold up.
Straight betting beats parlays every single time. Let me tell you guys why. Because when you have those 3, 4, 5 team parlays, your chances of hitting those are very.
I'm trying to see, like, what's the percentages of hermaphrodites being born? Hermaphrodite percentage. Let me see. Experts estimate that up to 1.7% of the population are born with intersex traits. 1.7. So it's like hitting the lotto. But that's what she said. So she's up there talking about she a hermaphrodite, but she was born with a rod, but she looked more feminine than masculine, saying the father rejected her because he didn't want to accept her as a he, and because she looked like a she. And so he comes into the.
Hey, Brother Law, peace and love, bro. How you doing? Bro, peace.
Peace, King. Peace.
That's you in the chat, right?
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure it's you, beloved. That's all.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, cool. All right, no problem. All right, appreciate it, bro. All right. Yeah, people be making fake profiles, so we got to be careful out here, family. Got to be careful. Yeah, they be making fake profiles. I said somebody want to act like their brother-in-law out here, man. I gotta make sure that's him. All right, cool. We good. Just wanted to make sure.
No problem, brother.
I appreciate it, brother. Peace and love to you. All right.
Likewise.
All right. Let's get back to the transgender talk. That's 2 more minutes of this, then we move on.
Israelite community, the Israelite.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
She leaves the Israelite truth in like 2019, and as she leaves the Israelite world and goes into the world, where do y'all think she went? She went into the community as a transgender. So the question that they asked, and this is what I mean when I say I don't know, it's 1.7%. Here's the number right here. You see that? 1.7%. So she leaves and goes into the transgender community. So they ask her, so who this says, who cares? That's his business. It's a her. The reason why it became the Israelite community's business is because she came into the community as one thing, trying to be one thing, but she was lying. So we'll keep going. So they ask her a question. They say, well, when you went into the transgender community, was you going as a man transitioning to a woman or a woman transitioning to a man? What do y'all think she said? First thing she said is, I went as a woman transitioning to a man. So at that point, judgment is over. And immediately when she said that, she was like, hold up, wait, what did you ask me again? Because she knew that she messed up when she said that. She knew that she messed up when she said she was a woman transitioning to a man, because she told them Israelite brothers, look, Tekoa said, damn, I'm confused now. Because she knew she told them Israelite brothers that she was a man and born a man. So now you can't say you're a woman transitioning to a man. And then the other thing I wanted to type in, do hermaphrodites, hold up.
You'll never have to struggle with trimming your balls again. That's right. It's impossible to accidentally cut yourself. You can use it.
Do hermaphrodites, hold up, have a It says, do hermaphrodites have penises? It says no. Intersex people have a wide range of variations in their genitals, and not all intersex people have penises. Genital variations. Some intersex people have both ovarian and testicular tissue, while others have atypical genitalia that falls outside the male-female categories. But this is what she said. So, yeah, y'all ready for the doozy? So the whole time they try to get this proof of if this woman. So apparently they talk to the father, but they don't ask the father. So they claim that the father was in the Israelite group. And again, I'm not going to say the Israelite group, and I don't even like. Excuse me. I'm not going to say the Israelite group because I don't have proof that this person was father is in the Israelite group. So I'm not going to do that. So they but when they call the father, they never ask the father if he's in said group. And the way they replay it, it's like was a setup. So I'm not even counting that. I don't believe that they ever actually talked to the father whatsoever. And then also some of the sisters that's in the chat, I'm looking at the sisters in the chat, and the sisters are saying that her wife saying that she's gay and she's a lesbian. So I'm still like the whole time like, well, like what are we sitting here for, man? Just ostracize this person. We ain't got to deal with it. It was embarrassing. Yes, it was embarrassing, but why keep going? Just let it go and just move forward. Brother comes in, so brothers start coming in on a stage. And a brother says, yeah, I saw the video. Huh? Video? So I'm like, video? What's the video? Brothers and sisters.
Yo, this is Captain Tazaria. Charlie, y'all ever see Charlie Murphy talking about the story about Rick James on what's his name show on Comedy Central, Dave Chappelle? This is Captain Tazariak's Charlie Murphy moment right here. Charlie, and by the way, he just put up a video when I interviewed with Cap at inside his ISUPK quarters in Harlem, where we was talking about my book. So he just put it up, so y'all could check that out on his channel. All right. But check this out right here. This is just nuts right here. I'm gonna lock it out after this, man. After this, I'm done with this transgender conversation.
Sisters. I cannot tell this part of the story without ad-libbing. I'm sorry. So y'all gonna have to. So like when they say video, and I'm in the clubhouse room. So they say, tell them about the video. So I'm thinking, okay, is they about to have a video where they was watching Was it sex involved? Like, is this a freak out video? Like, what in the P. Diddy shit is going on? Like, what in the Diddy world is going on right now? Because I'm like, there's no way. Oh my God, yo. I might have to pause in a second to go get my horse. This is crazy. So I'm like, nah. They ain't no damn sex video. They about to it's either R. Kelly, Diddy, something video. So the video. So at first they ain't want to say nothing about the video. Brothers ain't want to say nothing about the video. Then they like, nah, tell them about the video. The video is now. Remember, they asked her to whip out the rod at their Feast of Tabernacles. Just whip it out. Hey, you have to show us your rod at their high holy day. They asking the girl to whip out the rod. So now she don't want to whip it up. She don't want to show them the rod in person. But what does she do? Sends them a video. So in the video, they say she show her face. So you see her face in the video. Then I guess she angles the camera down and a rod pops out the boxer hole.
Hey folks, did you know that this M1911
Yo,
is totally legal for everyone to use, no permit required?
That shit is crazy. Yo, let me rewind this again. This is the
She don't want to whip it up. She don't want to show him the rod in person. But what does she do? Sends them a video. So in the video, they say she show her face. So you see her face in the video. Then I guess she angles the camera down and a rod pops out the boxer hole.
You can't make this up, yo. Yo, you cannot make this up. Only in Black Drive. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna try to say it one more time. Let me calm down. So they show so in the video they show a face right here. So they see that it's her. And then I guess she angled the camera down or reversed the camera, and boom, rod pop out the boxer hole. And so now we got rod gate. Is it a rod? Do it look like a rod? And so the brothers come up on stage. So apparently, 5 brothers saw the video. 5.
Why are you looking at that? For what?
5 brothers saw the video. And all of them like, nah, that don't look like no rod to me. Listen, I'm trying not to laugh.
Yo, this is crazy.
I'm trying not to laugh, right? But it's like, why would you even accept the video if the person don't want to do it in front of you, and now they doing it, and then they whip it out through the boxer hole? So if it's coming through the boxer hole, then that means it's not. All you got, that's a strap on. So all she did was go home, put a strap on, keep the boxers on, and then put it. And so now you got 5 men. Lord, listen, poor brothers. Brothers, when we say, wait, I'm gonna wait till the end before I say it. So, like, how do you examine? Now, I've never seen a dildo in my face. I've never wanted to see a video of a dildo. I've never wanted no, but then the brother gonna text me. This is the funniest part. The brother gonna text me the other day. He was like, yo, I got the video that the girl sent. Do you want? I said, I do not want that video. Listen, this is what I said exactly. This is my words verbatim.
This is why I rock with Cappy, yo. Yo, let me rewind this a little bit, man. I don't want to see that video either. For what? Yo, I got the video, some of these dudes, they like to gossip too, yo. So at the end of the day, this is fun for them. Like, yo, you got the video, let me see the video. Why would you want to see that video? I don't need no confirmation or nothing. Oh, I'm a man. One person should see that video. That's it. One person, the person who accidentally saw it because they sent them the video. I got proof. I don't know why. By the way, why would he even gone that far? If you don't know that's a woman by now, I don't know what to tell you.
Proud of me. Listen. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh, right? But it's like, why would you even accept the video if the person don't want to do it in front of you, and now they doing it, and then they whip it out through the boxer hole. So if it's coming through the boxer hole, then that means it's not. All you got to do, I mean, that's a strap on. So all she did was go home, put a strap on, keep the boxes on, and then put it. And so now you got 5 men. Lord, listen, poor brothers. brothers, when we say, wait, I'm gonna wait till the end before I say it. So, like, how do you examine? Now, I've never seen a dildo in my face. I've never wanted to see a video of a dildo. I've never wanted to know. But then the brother gonna text me. This is the funniest part. The brother gonna text me the other day.
You want to see it? You want to see it?
Yo, I got the video that the girl sent. Do you want? I said, I do not want that video. Listen, this is what I said exactly. This is my words verbatim.
This is crazy.
Brother sent me. Hold
I
on.
need to close that camp down and say, go back from where you're
This
from.
holiday season, give a gift that matters. Whoop is the wearable that tracks everything essential for a healthier life: sleep, recovery.
He said, Shalom Cap, I have that video that he sent the selected 5 people. My response was, LOL, I do not, in all caps. I do not. Don't send me that. I do not. You're not about to put me. You not.
Now, the brother Mongo asked a question. Why didn't have a woman on the deck who is in the camp let the woman deal with the woman? Because the woman is claiming to be a man. That's why. So that's why. Ah, man.
Not about to fornicate my eyes.
Fornicate my eyes.
Listen, to the brothers and sisters, when we say that, like, if you're not in ISUBK, you're not in the truth, like, General Hyman gave an excellent one. So as I told y'all, I felt bad for the brothers in their youthfulness, because brothers be thinking that it's just that easy. Brothers think the truth is just that easy. That right, DA, you're right. You can't unsee that. I'm not about to watch no videos, some lesbian pulling a strap out through the boxer shorts. I'm not doing that. Shout out to 8 Pin, man. He said, when did you start a comedy show? I'm not about to do that, though. I'm not about to. So I'm sorry. So I felt bad for him, because when we say you're not affiliated, like, brothers, man, like, this is a real job. This ain't about breaking down scriptures, man. It's not. This is not about breaking down scriptures, knowing scriptures, understanding the scriptures. You are in charge of people's lives. You are in charge of people's lives. Their livelihood you're putting under your protection. And everybody's not built to handle that. And that's what this shows. Because you know where else a transgender could go into? Transgender could go right in the Christian church and do exactly what this woman did into that Israelite group. Transgender, and because Israelites are so interested in looking for members, you just accepting everybody.
Facts.
Numbers don't, like, I don't need a whole bunch of members. I don't need a whole bunch of people. I'd rather have 10 solid brothers, 10 solid sisters than 1,000 cats I can't trust. And the only way you're going to get more solid brothers and more solid sisters is to put them through a vetting process, to be able to put them through a process or a procedure that says, you can't just come in here this easy. You got to do your day. Like, we got a 90-day, you got to be in our school for 90 days before you can even get a Hebrew name. Even with that said, Sometimes we make brothers and sisters wait longer than 90 days if we feel like they're not ready. After them 90 days, you get your Hebrew name for a brother. You still can't teach. At some point, you'll get your officer's test. Even that's based on how we see you, because even as a trooper, you can make mistakes. There's a trial and error period. But when the leader doesn't vet enough, just think about that Feast of Tabernacles that they're keeping. You're bringing people outside in tents to live. You're bringing your children there. You're bringing your family there. You're bringing your wives there. You're bringing yourself there. And you're living amongst each other for a set amount of days. You're sleeping. You're in tents. Where's the security of Shamar if this person really wanted to infiltrate and do some wild shit? That's rough. That's rough. So I wanted to do a live stream.
All right, enough of that. Let me get to this whole conversation with Abanpreach and the whole Fugazi guy and see what's going on right here. This is from my brother O'Shea the Duke Jackson's video. Check it out.
Isn't there an irony about a fraud calling his podcast Nofugazee? Isn't that like a next level irony?
That's great.
If these guys were a bit self-aware, they'd actually be hilarious people.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity John Dima Clock Ticket Music. There are a lot of hypocritical places that I can name. The Black church, or church in general, the financial community, but the biggest hypocritical group of all, unfortunately, is the red pill community. This is a community I was actively a part of for many years, and I enjoyed my time there, but I kept seeing hypocrisy after hypocrisy after hypocrisy. And really, the hypocrisy came for basically telling guys what they wanted to hear in order to make money. Guys would always talk down on single moms or OnlyFans models, and you would catch them with single moms and OnlyFans models. But oh yeah, wait a minute. Rewind! This guy right here is Donovan Sharp, and he used to love to check women who are single moms.
You need to have a career for yourself so that you can feel safe and secure.
I was raised that way. My mother raised me, don't depend on a man for nothing.
I mean this with all due respect. This is why you're 44 and single with 3 kids.
Until we found Donovan with a single mom.
Oh, we got another one, guys. Donovan Sharp, red pill guru out of the manosphere. He's getting completely obliterated on the internet right now. Over the past few years, Donovan has made a lot of money on the internet, coaching men how and not to date single baby mamas. He's getting completely fried on the internet by Abanpreach, Anton Daniels, the lead attorney, 21 Studios, and now World Wide West TV. Woo! See, Donovan, this is what happens when you keep fresh and fit pipe all in your mouth. You can't even keep up with your own lies.
Not only did Donovan Sharp have a single mom, he had a white single mom. This is the same guy who was talking about how he won't date black women, how black women are ghetto and all of this stuff. And well, he ended up with someone who is white with a white daughter. Fresh and Fit talk about OnlyFans models too.
A simp is a guy that doesn't put any type of value on his attention, resources, or money towards a woman and gives it freely without her reciprocating on her end. Example, I pay for a chick's OnlyFans subscription knowing I am never going to meet her or date her or ever see her in a romantic sense. I'm simply paying to observe her body in some weird way, knowing that I'm never going to meet her. That makes me a simp.
I mean, OnlyFans models are trash. I mean, this is the same thing that Fresh and Fit.
New offline instant translator just dropped. Check out this brand new instant translation device.
Said about Ruby Rose.
Right here, what's her name? It's Ruby Rose. Yeah. No skill either. Yeah. She goes on the interview. Mike makes a comment about her being like someone else. Oh no, I'm different. You, like every other hair-hatted hooligan, weave warrior. Your hair isn't real. You're a dumb. Your music sucks. No one even knows you're a musician. I have to go on Wikipedia to even find out what the you really do. No one respects you. No one cares. You're a half these OF girls don't have a real audience. It's a bunch of whacking off to you, and you think you have real supporters and fans? Get the out of here, you.
But then we've seen both Fresh and Fit have problems with OnlyFans models. Like, didn't Fresh get one pregnant?
I want the baby because I don't want to kill the baby. I don't want to kill nobody. I don't want to.
You're not. They just give you a pill and it's over.
No. I'm pregnant.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The pill, they just give it to you from a doctor and then you're good.
I am pregnant. I can't pretending like nothing happened. I can't. In my religion, we don't kill.
You're not killing. Okay.
So these guys talk about single moms, and then these are the same guys creating single moms, but they're not alone. Drum roll, please. We have the Nofugazee podcast. See, Nofugazee is a student of Fresh and Fit and Donovan Sharp. He even uses terms like womanese or other terminology that sounds like Myron. He steals things directly from Saint the Sinner. This is a guy who's listened to a lot of guys that are popular with associated red pill spaces or in the red pill community himself. He then spins it and makes a narrative. Why is that? Well, he needs to make money. So he wants to do this because he was not necessarily successful before YouTube. Now stop the show. Hey, listen, me personally, I didn't have a whole lot of money until I started YouTubing, but I never came on here acting like somebody that I wasn't. I came on here tricking. I'm still tricking. If the Lord let me live on my last day, I'll still be tricking. That's not the case with Nofugazee. And this is what's going on with his downfall. You see, the Nofugazee podcast guy has gotten into a little bit of a back and forth with Abanpreach. And that is because, well, he made a video called Cooley Fires Back with receipts at Abanpreach and O'Shea Duke Jackson. And it has us in the thumbnail, Liars Exposed. This was not a good idea for Mr. Cooley to do, and we're going to find out why. The reason why we're going to find out why is because Abanpreach, they're a professional reaction channel. I might do reactions. I'm nowhere as good as them. And so when they come with receipts, they come with serious receipts. And the first point that they're going to talk about is the fact that Mr. Cooley is very conceited, artistic, or self-aggrandizing.
I don't have that mindset that think that, oh, I'm this guy right now. About myself, bro, I'm not the type of guy that, big and boast about himself.
Now you see he's talking to Mr. Fantastic. He's not really like that. He's not a stuck-up person, right? Watch this though.
I'll put it like this. Right now, where I'm at in myself in my life, I know that if I wanted to be out in these streets and be promiscuous, I'll be doing damage to a lot of women. It's going to be very hard to measure up to a nigga like me. Maybe some years ago, I didn't really have the confidence, but now it's like, it's going to be extremely hard for a woman to find a man that's better than me. And guess what? I know this because she ain't going to never find another that's better. It's going to be extremely hard. Next guy she find better is going to be Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you hear what he's saying? He's a high value guy. He has this, he has that. He says when he was younger, he didn't have the confidence, but now he has confidence. And I'll tell you exactly why he has confidence now, because he has those YouTube dollars. You see, at age 25, when he was so-called young, and he's talked about being young, he had no choice but to settle for a single mom, a white single mom with 2 kids, because he couldn't do any better. But let's even talk about that. Point number 2. Now, remember what I said this, right? If he was back in those streets, he'd be doing whatever because nobody could find a guy better than him. Watch this.
So realistically, if your value is high enough and you can dictate a lot of terms in a relationship, don't date any single moms. You get a woman without any kids. If you have a kid and your value is high enough to still dictate terms in a relationship, still don't get a woman with kids because it's going to be a headache, right?
Nah.
Got him. So if you're a guy that you have a kid and you might be with a single mom, you should leave her. I mean, or you should not even deal with her. But stop the show. Why didn't Nofugazee podcast do the same thing? He had a woman who was a single mom, not to just 1 kid, but 2 kids of another race. So why hasn't he left? Or why didn't he follow his own advice? Well, the reason why he didn't follow his own advice is because this guy is just like Donovan Sharp and Myron and Fresh and Fit. You see, these guys are just on here as content creators to give people what they want, all right? And that's okay to do that. I mean, we all look in our analytics, we find out the kind of videos that people want to see, and we try our best to create that content. That's not a problem to do that. But it is a problem to call yourself a dating coach expert and literally you're offering consultations in this. You're taking people's money, acting as if you're an expert, and you're not. You're a complete simp. And then when people call you out for it, then you're calling other people liars, or you're calling other people low IQ, and you're making all of these names. And then Abba is about to make this straight.
It is now starting my day at like 30 miles an hour instead of 0.
Whatever you're best at.
Point here.
But you're comfortable talking about single moms so confidently without knowing their situation. So you want to be seen as an individual, right? And you want to be given some grace because of the details of your life and whatever's going on. And that's fair. But you don't accord that to other people. I just think that's interesting. You want everyone to treat you the way you don't treat everybody else.
Everybody's a group. I'm the exception.
You think you're top tier?
I don't care.
You see, the point that Abba just made is a great one. You see, when it comes to others, you can clearly see what's going on. When it comes to you, that's a little bit different. That's problematic. That's an issue. And see, this is the issue that a lot of guys have with guys in the so-called red pill. It's because many of them are lames. They'll tell you not to deal with OnlyFans models, but they deal with OnlyFans models. They will invite OnlyFans models to their show. I'm talking about you, Fresh and Fit. They will put them on their yacht cruise. I'm talking about you, Fresh and Fit. They will get them pregnant. And not only did Fresh have a pregnancy scare, but so did Myron back in the day by a chick by the name of Miss Cheeks. Booty clapping sounds. I'm not lying. That was actually a chick by the name of Miss Cheeks that exposed Myron, and he was offering her the opportunity to help get her OnlyFans up. I know you guys can't believe it, but that's actually the truth. The same thing with Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp used to actually call me, and I'm the first person that said, yo, there's like a little kid in the background. He was trying to lie and say that was his girl's niece. And no, it was his girl's kid. We found out that she has kids from her ex-white husband. And guess who's playing stepdaddy? Drum roll, please. It's Donovan Sharp. Mr. I hate black women, but you're playing stepdad to a white child while you're now living in Reno. And the same thing with this guy, Mr. David Cooley. Mr. Listen, I have the world's answer. I understand everything. I'm an intelligent guy. But you are a guy, sir, who doesn't follow your own advice. You're with a white woman with 2 white kids, and you're basically wearing pajama clothing with them. This is so funny. And then you actually at Abanpreach and call them liars when they have all the receipts in the world to make you look silly. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, L.J. Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I preach for all the music. Cover the bell. We're out.
Are you ready to see your brand on TV? Your competitors will wish they had known about Vibe. With Vibe,
my degree is in journalism, and you know, you can call me the Black Lois Lane because I have this weird knack of remembering things that I really shouldn't, because it serves me really no purpose unless it comes to this kind of stuff. But I do.
I don't know about you, but I'm in the Christmas spirit. It's one of my favorite times of the year, but this year is really special. I made a new friend called Nofugazee podcast, and he's made it so possible for me to buy anything I wanted for the holidays. Let's start the show. One of you guys is saying that my best buddy Nofugazee podcast is a liar, and I don't really like that. But the person who's calling him a liar is actually my future ex-wife, who has some really good information on my best friend Nofugazee. Rewind! If you guys don't know, I Am Courtney Michelle is one of the most journalistic YouTubers on planet Earth. If that's even a word, stop the show. Is journalistic even a word? It might be. I'm just dumb and it's too late right now. But when she decides to really hone in on somebody, she does. And she can find almost any contradiction on the internet. She's on Abanpreach's level with doing that. So, Nofugazee podcast has been accused of stealing a lot of material from Myron, Saint in the Center, and whoever else, like even Donovan Sharp. But the question is it true? Courtney Michelle put out a video called When Cloning Goes Wrong. And the idea of this video is that Nofugazee podcast is a Myron clone. And all of the ideas that he talks about on this channel are not his own. He steals word for word things from Myron Gaines and other content creators, and then tries to use that plagiarism to make a career on YouTube. And of course, we have seen evidence of that. But let's go to point number one. Mr. Fugazi is an extreme grifter.
Do you believe you're a top tier man? By what standard?
I'm 6'4", only about what? 8% of the entire world is 6'4". I make well over 100K a year. And I'm black at that if you add that on. So just if we're speaking about those figures, the things that women are attracted to, no, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I'll let you do the math.
So we've all seen that clip, right? We've seen that clip a lot. And I know what you guys are going to say. That clip is doctored up. But that's not why Courtney Michelle played that clip. You see, she knew that you would say that, but again, she already understood the agenda at hand. Courtney Michelle looked at the Fresh and Fit debate of popular YouTuber H3H3. And I know what you're thinking. What does Nofugazee podcast and the Fresh and Fit H3H3 interview have anything or any commonality between the two ideas? Well, I'm glad you asked this question because H3H3 is going to prove a point that Myron is actually a hypocrite to his own message, but he's actually going to expose Nofugazee by doing this.
Only 4% of male population is over 6'2". Less than 3% of males make over 300,000. Only 5% of men are in shape with abs, and only only most other men's have a personality that's actually makes them desirable to women. I have to invest in these other three so that we don't have to think about that.
You see, he's reading off of Myron's profile on some sugar daddy site. But do you hear what he's saying? He's saying and reading off the same percentages that Mr. Nofugazee podcast ran it off in the tonight's conversation. That's pretty much word for word. See, the Nofugazee podcast, he acts like he's a very smart guy, a very well-read guy, a very statistic, numeric guy. He's not a numeric guy. He hears somebody else say some numbers, then he'll go and say those same numbers. Like, let me prove it here. This is Courtney Michelle's work, not even mine. All right, give her a round of applause. The Saint in the Center came to the defense of the Nofugazee podcast. And when he did so, he put out some interesting numbers to support his claim.
Listen, I want to make a public service announcement for all you racists and psychopaths. If you're a person who is saying that you exclusively date only outside of your race, you're a psychopath and a racist, and you probably hate yourself. Okay, so if you're a white person, you only date black people, or you only date Chinese people, you're a psychopath and you hate yourself.
So Nofugazee podcast, who's an ally of the Saint in the Center, well, he did exactly the same thing that the Saint in the Center did.
Any person that only dates outside their race, they have a problem. They have a problem with self-hate, and they're probably a little racist against their own race. So yeah, don't be like one of those type of guys that only date outside your race.
Stop the cap. He put out the same exact numbers. Shout out to I Am Courtney Michelle, because that journalism degree is coming through. This is why I probably won't end up marrying her, because all of my cheating will get caught. So I'm scared. I got to get my life together first. Love you, boo. Fast forward. The second point that Courtney Michelle is going to put out is that Mr. Nofugazee podcast insults his audience.
O'Shea bringing in some low IQ people. What the heck? You got low IQ. That is how this works. You're on my platform. Stupid. Low IQ. Let me prove to you how dumb you are. How many times I got to explain it? Low IQ, bro. Wake up. Fatty has low IQ. He doesn't know how to differentiate the two.
And she's going to say that he gets the same idea from Myron.
I'm not triggered. It's just very difficult having a conversation with people that have lower IQ.
You might not know about them because you're low IQ and stupid, but that doesn't mean that everyone else doesn't have to know about them.
There is no fire. You're just low IQ and don't answer questions.
You see, Nofugazee podcast and Myron both like to believe that they are highly intelligent in the way that they want to establish that. Doing the research.
BAM Capital's newest fund is our lowest risk profile yet. It will be backed by Institute.
Shout out to Mr. Ty Boogie. But let's.
My to-do list used to look like this: a jumbled mess, projects back to back, and I would waste so much time not knowing.
Normally this time of year, it is the Christmas season, and many of those are in the spirit of giving. And Nofugazee podcast has given me a lot of content, which equals this. So ho, 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 Merry Christmas. But unfortunately, as he's giving me content and other people around the internet, his career is going down the drain. Because stop, Nofugazee has taken another L again. Rewind! David Cooley, aka Nofugazee podcast, took a big L this month in November when we all found out that he was in a relationship with a lady by the name of Sarah. Now, this is a public relationship on TikTok, so it wasn't like he was hiding it. But his brand, Nofugazee podcast, contradicts a lot of the things he talks about or what he does on Sarah and Cooley's TikTok page. While he talks bad on single mothers, we found out that guess what? Mr. David Cooley dates single moms. And guess what? Even if you have 2 white kids, he'll still go ahead and clap them up. But now, David Cooley has taken another L because our good buddy Ty Boogie podcast came up with an interesting video that I had no idea about. One of you guys sent it to me, and I want to give credit to Ty Boogie podcast for putting this all together. 5 days ago, Mr. David Cooley had a debate on his channel. He does it all the time. The actual name of the debate was called Cooley Unleashed the Wrath of Titans on Haters in Debate. It's basically like a smoke show, like Kevin Samuels used to always do, like once a week, something like that. All right. And then there's a guy who came up by the name of Fatty.
And my question today is a little bit different, right? How do you feel when you come on this podcast and you tell every single woman that they shouldn't sexualize themselves on the internet? And the top 10 posts that your wife has on her IG is showing her ass or her titties.
Good question, Fatty. Why does David Cooley allow this? Before we go into David Cooley's response, let's check out what David Cooley has said about women who thirst trap.
I feel like an insecure man is when they have a problem with you posting yourself. I post myself not for other men, like for myself.
If it's for you, you would take a picture and leave it on your phone. But you post that picture so the world can see.
Right, but it's like if my mindset is not for a man to see if he's gonna try to talk to me or get somebody's attention, that's not what I'm posting myself for.
But generally speaking, men are the ones that approach women and women don't approach men. So you always posting all the time, that's you advertising yourself. It would be the same if that man is still courting women. He's still pitching himself at other females. You wouldn't like that, right? If your man was talking to another girl?
Yeah.
Okay, just like the man wouldn't want his girl posting thirst traps. It's the equivalent because women advertise themselves and men pitch themselves.
You see, Mr. David Cooley wants to be somewhat of a, I won't call him a thought leader, but he likes to be a philosopher. You know, men are the ones who are pitching themselves and women are doing whatever the hell he was saying, right? Advertising. So women advertise and men pitch. Well, then while he's saying that, let's just look at a few of these photos or videos in the background. So here is Sarah Cooley. So let's look at Sarah Cooley. She's also a model and gets sponsorships by, you know, huge brands like Shine and stuff like that. Okay. So if you look at this, this is kind of what I would consider to be, you know, would you call it 304 wear? Would you call it revealing wear? I don't know. I would say that this is thirst trapping. Okay. In this particular clip, she has on a brown dress. Hey, she looks nice. Okay. If you even look at her while she's pregnant, that's right. This is bump friendly. And now I would have a problem with my wife or girlfriend going outside looking like this, you know, outside while she's pregnant with my child. This is thirst trap ready. Now let's look at their most viral video. You see them there at a water park. And then here's Mr. David Cooley trying to cover her behind, covering her top. All right. Now, this might be a comedy show. This might be funny, but, you know, obviously, you can tell this could be an issue in their relationship because she dresses in a provocative fashion. Anybody else, if you were to see them out, you would consider her to be an OnlyFans model. In fact, she looks like an OnlyFans model. But that's just me doing the research. Shout out to Mr. Ty Boogie. But let's see what Mr. David Cooley says.
What you are doing, you are comparing my situation to my chick that she's already in a relationship with me. And me as a man in the relationship that runs the relationship that she follows, right? I allow certain things to be posted or not to be posted.
So Mr. David Cooley said that, hey, listen, you know, I'm allowing her to do this, so all of those videos and pictures were approved. Now, wait, there's more. He then asks Fatty this because he won't let him talk or answer the emails. This is kind of what he does in the debates. He strong arms people, tries to flip the question on to them, not let them talk, kind of bully them. And this is what he asks Fatty.
Now, my question for you is, do you have a woman, Fatty?
No.
And why don't you have a woman?
Because I'd rather be single than cuffing a woman with 2 kids by a white
Okay,
man.
so
that's right. Do you have a woman? What does it matter if he has a woman? He's not on trial here, Mr. David Cooley. You are. You're talking about something that doesn't make any sense. And this is a guy who considers himself to be a debater or considers himself to be very intelligent. You see, the reality is, here is why David Cooley's white baby mama of 2 white kids, hold on, put the picture up there, Dima, we'll blur their faces, 2 white kids that he plays stepdad to, here is the sole reason why she can be a thirst trap.
I haven't been able to take my eyes off my husband's pants since he tried this morning trick. What happened afterward was unbelievable. I thought...
While he is telling everybody else that they shouldn't be a thirst trap.
So if you're going to date a single mom, you got to date one that isn't a stigma. But guess what? Stay away from the single moms. I still tell you guys now, because generally speaking, the majority, they have all of that baggage. I just so happen to be the exception to the rule, and so is my chick.
Again, you see, his rules don't apply because simply his girlfriend is an exception to the rule, and so is he. So the rules that he has in a debate, you really can't get him to concede anything, right? Because first of all, I believe, I'm talking as if I'm him, I'm an exception to all these rules. So when you're trying to call me hypocritical, you can't really call me that because I'm an exception. It's a really good way to basically tower out of an argument. The same thing with his woman. She's also an exception to the rule. So because we're both exceptions, it doesn't matter if you catch us doing something or being hypocritical because we're both exceptions. So generally for the rest of you guys, I would say that yes, this is a general information that I'm giving, but because David Cooley, we are outliers or we're exception to the rule, yeah, we can go out here. I can let my girl thirst trap and do everything that I tell you guys not to do simply because we're exceptions and stop the show. She's also white. She also had 2 white kids before I met her. I'm a black man and playing a stepdad to the rest. But I want to just play this last thing from Ty Boogie's podcast. A lady, he's going to tell this lady, like, if a lady doesn't want to listen to how a man wants her to dress, this is what he's going to do.
Thing is, we want a girl to be submissive. If you don't want to follow our lead, it's going to be cool. We'll hit it. We'll be in a relationship for a couple years, maybe, if the poem good, but we're not going to elevate you to wifey level.
But wait!
He been with Shorty for 7 years.
And guess what? Shout out to Ty Boogie because he's right. This guy hasn't married her at all. He won't marry her. Want to know why? because he has a feeling a little bit that she might be for the streets. Why hasn't he wifed her up? I mean, he's sitting there playing stepdad already to her children. He has a couples channel with her. He's clapping her cheeks. He's getting her pregnant. He's having children. Why not marry her? Because she shows too much. Could be that. David Cooley, this L's for you. Oh, guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke.
All right, let's move on to some Bible stuff. Anybody want to jump on? The link is at the top. The Garden of Eden. Let's have a conversation about this. Let's get it in.
If the Garden of Eden is one of those passages that just gets stranger and stranger the closer you examine it. Its geographic details in particular occupy a surprisingly prominent and lengthy portion of the Eden story, teasing us with the possibility that Eden could be a real place, and not just a land of the imagination. But does the Bible provide enough detail for us to deduce a specific location? This is the question I'll be focusing on in this video. The quest to locate Eden requires us to view the world through the eyes of the ancients. Along the way, we'll examine the 4 rivers of Eden, the sacred mountain of El, the cosmic ocean at the edge of the world, and other exotic places described both in the Bible and in the ancient literature of the Near East. I hope that the journey is just as interesting as the destination. The story of Eden that is familiar to most people is found in Genesis 2. This passage begins by describing the newly created world as a barren land with no vegetation or crops, for there is no rain and no one to till the ground. 2 things happen to change this. First, a spring wells up from the ground to water the earth. Next, Yahweh forms a man from the soil and breathes life into him. His purpose is to till the barren ground. Then, starting in verse 8, the passage describes Yahweh creating a garden. The garden itself is not called Eden, but it is planted in Eden in the east. Presumably, this means east of Palestine, which could be, well, a lot of places. This garden is not a formal flower garden, but something more like a forest. In verse 9, Yahweh fills it with trees that are pleasant to the sight and good for food. In the center, of course, are the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. Those are a topic for another day. Verse 10 says a river flows out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it divides and becomes 4 branches. Presumably this river originates from the spring described earlier. The next 3 verses name the 4 rivers and furnish some geographical details. I'll tackle them one at a time. The name of the first river is Pishon. It is the one that flows around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. Bdellium and Shoham stone are there. The first river has always been something of a mystery, since there is no record of any river called the Pishon. However, the name Havilah is more helpful. It is mentioned once in the Bible as the land of the Ishmaelites, who were an Arab tribe, and once as the land of the Amalekites. This implies a swath of territory ranging from the Sinai Peninsula to southwestern Arabia. There was apparently also a tribal federation called the Haulan in that region. Thus, the consensus is that the Pishon is not an actual river per se, but the waters that encircle the Arabian Peninsula, the Red Sea, the Arabian Gulf, and the Persian Gulf, or, more generally, the waters at the edge of the world. In the ancient Near East, the same word that meant river could also refer to the sea, especially the great ocean that surrounded the continents. On the famous Babylonian map of the world, for example, the ocean that encircles the world is called the Bitter River. Daniel Kahn of the University of Haifa has recently suggested that the name Pishon might come from the Egyptian Pa-Shen, meaning the ocean. What about the gold, bdellium, and shoham? The Table of Nations in Genesis 10 associates Havilah with Ophir, an unidentified location known for its gold. Bdellium was the resin of the balsam tree from southern Arabia and Somaliland, which was used as incense. It's not known for certain what kind of stone shoham is. Most English translations say onyx, but some scholars suggest the carnelian, a red gemstone that can be found in Egypt and eastern Arabia. While these trade goods point to the Red Sea and Persian Gulf regions, one has to ask what importance, if any, they have to the story. Maybe the intent was just to emphasize the exotic nature of the distant places reached by the rivers of Eden, and to emphasize that real places are being described, not just mythical geography. The name of the second river is Gihon. It is the one that flows around the whole land of Cush. Cush is the Hebrew name for ancient Nubia, the land along the upper reaches of the Nile River. Thus, the Gihon is almost certainly the Nile. This conclusion is strengthened by the Septuagint, which renders Gihon as Gaon, and applies the same name to the Nile in Jeremiah 2:18. We might ask why the author would choose this name over the normal Hebrew names for the Nile. One possibility has to do with the fact that there is a spring in Jerusalem also called the Gihon. Thus, even though the Nile is intended, readers are invited to associate Eden with Jerusalem and its temple. The name of the third river is Tigris, which flows east of Assyria, and the fourth river is the Euphrates. The last two rivers hardly need explaining. They are the rivers of Sumer, Babylon, Akkad, and Assyria, the great civilizations of Mesopotamia in whose shadow the Israelites lived. In Hebrew, the Tigris is called the Hidekel, which comes from the Akkadian Idiklat and ultimately originates with Sumerian. The author notes that the Tigris flows east of Assur, which could refer either to the city of Assur, which was on the west bank of the Tigris, or to the entire land of Assyria. The Euphrates is called Perat in Hebrew, from Puratu, which is the Akkadian pronunciation of the Sumerian cuneiform. The importance of these two rivers to the Eden story may go beyond their geographical significance. In Mesopotamian mythology, the paradise of Dilmun was said to be located near the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates, a connection that I'll come back to. It should be obvious, without even looking at a map, that these four rivers do not have a common source. The Nile is not even on the same continent as the Tigris and Euphrates, and the Pishon is not a true river. Some religious apologists argue that these names apply to different rivers before Noah's flood, but that is simply not plausible, since the Akkadian names used in Genesis would not have. The name of the third river is Tigris, which flows east of Assyria, and the fourth river is the Euphrates. The last two rivers hardly need explaining. They are the rivers of Sumer, Babylon, Akkad, and Assyria, the great civilizations of Mesopotamia in whose shadow the Israelites lived. In Hebrew, the Tigris is called the Hidekel, which comes from the Akkadian Idiklat and ultimately originates with Sumerian. The author notes that the Tigris flows east of Assur, which could refer either to the city of Assur, which was on the west bank of the Tigris, or to the entire land of Assyria. The Euphrates is called Perat in Hebrew, from Puratu, which is the Akkadian pronunciation of the Sumerian cuneiform. The importance of these two rivers to the Eden story may go beyond their geographical significance. In Mesopotamian mythology, the paradise of Dilmun was said to be located near the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates, a connection that I'll come back to.
Hold on.
It should be obvious, without even looking at a map, that these four rivers do not have a common source. The Nile is not even on the same continent as the Tigris and Euphrates, and the Pishon is not a true river. Some religious apologists argue that these names apply to different rivers before Noah's flood, but that is simply not plausible, since the Akkadian names used in Genesis would not have existed until Akkadian-speaking people migrated to Mesopotamia, and Akkadian became the lingua franca in the Levant under Assyrian domination. There's also the matter that rivers don't divide at their headwaters. Rather, they come from smaller tributaries that merge together as they flow downhill. So from a rational, scientific viewpoint, there is not, and has never been, any location where a single river could split into these four watercourses. And perhaps that's to be expected, since the story that takes place in Eden is a theological myth and not literal history. However, we shouldn't give up on locating Eden just yet. This description would not have been problematic to an ancient audience, because people at the time had very different ideas about how rivers worked and where they came from. For example, the ancient geographer Pausanias reported that the Euphrates was thought to disappear into the marshes of southern Mesopotamia and rise to the surface again in Ethiopia, where it became the Nile River. Alexander the Great reportedly believed that he had discovered the upper course of the Nile when he first came across the Indus River in the distant east. Egyptian priests reportedly said that the Nile had its origin in the ocean that surrounded the inhabited world. The philosopher Plato, in his work titled Phaedo, describes how the bottomless chasm of Tartarus is like a pump that feeds 4 great rivers which rise to the surface through various hollows and diverge to create the familiar waterways of our world. In other words, the people of that era imagined that seemingly unconnected rivers could have common sources in distant lands or subterranean caverns. From that perspective, an ancient reader could easily believe that the Tigris and Euphrates were connected to the Nile and to the Southern Ocean. With this viewpoint in mind, a look at similar Near Eastern myths and related Jewish traditions both inside and outside the Bible might shine further light on where Eden is supposed to be located.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop.
Israel's older neighbors in Mesopotamia and Syria had myths about places that sound similar to Eden. Sumerian and Akkadian tablets frequently mention a paradise called Dilmun. One Sumerian tale called Enki and Ninhursag includes a creation story in which Dilmun is transformed by the god Enki from a barren desert into a verdant paradise for the gods, using language and themes similar to those found in Genesis 2. In particular, Enki causes a well to spring up from the earth to water the land. Now, we know from ancient trading records that Dilmun was a real place. It seems to have been a prosperous mercantile kingdom located along the Arabian coast of the Persian Gulf in the late 3rd millennium BCE, and the name was eventually associated with the island of Bahrain. Bahrain's location in the Persian Gulf, the biblical Pishon, near the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates, isn't a bad fit for Eden. However, Sumerian and Akkadian stories also use the name Dilmun to describe a separate mythical place that is located in the east where the sun rises. In the Sumerian flood epic, Dilmun is the dwelling place of the immortal hero Ziusudra. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, this land is said to be at the mouth of the rivers, beyond a great sea called the Waters of Death. It is generally thought that the rivers are supposed to be the Tigris and Euphrates. The theme of God dwelling at the conjunction of the rivers is also found in Ugarit, a Bronze Age city-state to the north of Israel. According to the religious texts discovered there, the high god El dwells on a mountain that is described as being at the source of the rivers at the meeting of the 2 deeps. The 2 deeps are probably the cosmic waters above the firmament and below the earth. This would suggest that El's sacred mountain is at the edge of the world, but also somehow connected to the world's great rivers, like Eden. The idea that paradise can be found at the eastern edge of the world is also reflected in the Book of Enoch. In chapter 32, Enoch must go beyond the Erythraean Sea to the eastern end of the world to reach Eden. The Erythraean Sea was the ancient name for the waters of the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and Indian Ocean, the Pishon of Genesis. It's where the modern country of Eritrea gets its name, in fact. One lesson we should learn from these examples is the way that ancient writers could freely mix mythological places with real-world geographical features such as rivers, even if such connections would make no sense from our modern perspective. There's a second paradise motif in Near Eastern literature that is relevant to Eden. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the titular hero Gilgamesh, in his search for immortality, sets out to find the mystical Forest of Cedars, where he is supposed to kill its guardian, a monster named Humbaba. The forest is on a mountain that is said to be where the Anunnaki, the old Babylonian sky gods, dwell. The cedars are exceedingly tall, and one version says that the forest is full of delight, a description reminiscent of the name Eden, which also means delight. Gilgamesh defeats Humbaba and cuts down the forest's tallest cedar. Compare this to how Eden is described in the book of Ezekiel. Chapters 28 and 31 preserve an Eden myth that appears to predate Genesis 2. Although Ezekiel is merely using Eden as a metaphor in these oracles, we can see the outlines of the underlying myth by setting aside the secondary elements. Ezekiel 31 compares Pharaoh to the greatest cedar of Lebanon. It says, "The cedars in the garden of God could not compare with it. Cypresses could not match its boughs, and plane trees could not vie with its branches. No tree in the garden of God was its peer in beauty. All the trees of Eden envied it in the garden of God. Its roots reach down to the subterranean cosmic waters, and rivers pour out from its base. However, because of its vanity, the cedar is cut down, and all the trees of Eden descend into the netherworld." Ezekiel 28, an oracle to the king of Tyre, describes Eden as the Garden of God or the Gods, and locates it on a holy mountain. This passage is a bit more challenging to decipher because the portions about the king being directly created by God and placed in the garden with the vestments of royalty apparently come from a Babylonian text, DAT 17019. However, these two passages from Ezekiel taken together reflect a myth that depicts Eden as a forest of cedars called the Garden of God or the Garden of the Gods, just as in the Gilgamesh story. This forest is located on a sacred mountain in Lebanon. The roots of its greatest tree reach down to the cosmic ocean below the world, and rivers gush out of it. The sacredness of cedar forests and the importance of using cedars from Lebanon for building temples and palaces is well established in Mesopotamian records. Cedars from Lebanon are also an essential component of Solomon's temple in the Bible. Another passage that shows awareness of this cedar forest myth is 2 Kings 19, which quotes a boast by Assyrian king Sennacherib. "With my many chariots, it is I who have climbed the highest mountains, the remotest parts of Lebanon, and have cut down its tallest cedars, its choicest cypresses. I have reached his farthest lodge, his densest forest." As Noga Ayali Darshan points out in a 2017 paper, the phrases "his farthest lodge" and "his densest forest" must be referring here to God and his dwelling place in the cedar-forested mountains of Lebanon. The exact location of the cedar forest varies in different texts. Sometimes it is associated with the Amanus Mountains near the border between modern Turkey and Syria. In others, it is said to be the Lebanon Mountains, though exactly which peak is not clear. There are actually two mountain ranges in this part of the Levant, the Lebanon and the Anti-Lebanon, whose highest peak is Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon's connection with the divine goes back millennia, and its very name means sacred. Its association with God is found in passages like Psalm 42, which reads, "I remember you from the land of Jordan and of Hermon, from Mount Mizar. Deep calls to deep at the thunder of your torrents." This intriguing description connects the Jordan River to the cosmic oceans above and below the world, which all converge at Mount Hermon. Orientalist Edward Lipinski notes that in the Hittite Empire, Mount Hermon was sometimes invoked as a divine guarantor for international treaties. The heavenly proximity of Hermon is also reflected in 1 Enoch 6, as it is on the summit of Hermon where the angel Semyaza and his followers swear an oath to take human wives. This might be the same mountain alluded to in Psalm 48, which describes God's holy mountain as being Mount Zion in the recesses of the north. There is another potential connection in Isaiah 14, which describes the Mount of the Assembly, that is, the mountain where the divine council of God meets, as being in the recesses of the north. Verse 8 even associates this mountain with the cedars of Lebanon. We may also point to Psalm 133, which compares Aaron's oil to the dew of Hermon which falls on the mountains of Sion, where Yahweh reigns. However, given the mixing of different mythological traditions in these passages, we cannot be certain which mountain is intended. From this brief survey, it appears that Eden in the Bible reflects two separate Near Eastern myths. The older depiction of Eden in Ezekiel is based on the myth of a divine mountain of cedars in the Levant, for which Mount Hermon is a good fit. This cedar forest shows up as a sacred abode of the gods in a variety of ancient texts, but most famously the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Egyptian tale of two brothers, which I have not had time to get into here. The other biblical Eden is connected with the myth of Dilmun. It is located far to the east at the source of four great rivers. I think E. Noort is correct when he writes that, through geography, the author wants to demonstrate the reality of paradise, but he also wants to show that it is inaccessible. One can get from Eden to the mundane world, but the reverse journey is not possible. Whether this inaccessible location is in a sacred cedar forest to the north of Israel, in the mountains of eastern Turkey where the Tigris and Euphrates originate, or on a mystical mountain beyond the sea at the eastern edge of the world, is impossible to decide from the text of Genesis 2 alone. So I invite the viewer to draw their own conclusion. Thanks for watching.
All right, I'm here. Anybody want to ask questions? I'm here before I get off the air. I want to go watch my Jets play and win their Super Bowl this year. Why are they selling you the East? Well, you know what? That's just what people do, bro. Anybody want to click the link, jump on? Let's go. Let's get it. Mr. 707, you want to jump on? Let's have a conversation about second Esdras, man. Let's go, man. Let's have a conversation about second Esdras. Second Esdras. How's everybody doing, by the way? Everybody good? Everybody good in the hood? No, I played a video to start the show about Malcolm X. I mean, who killed him? I mean, they have a lawsuit. The family's filing that lawsuit. We know the 5 brothers from the New York Mars has a lot to do with it. But I mean, they're trying to say that they were agents or whatever, but you know how it is. This is second Esdras 3:131. This is in this is the Vulgate. It's in Latin. This is the King James Version. If you look at the King James Version, it says, "In the 30th year, upon my bed, my thoughts came over my heart, for I saw the desolation of Zion and the wealth of them that dwelt in Babylon." This is the King James Version from 1610 or 1611. So then you look at the Revised Standard. Look at what it says. It says the same verse. What's up, Unc the God Killer? What's up with you, man?
What's up with you, man? How you doing, man? Good morning to you, brother.
Man,
Good afternoon.
I'm about to jump off, but what's up? What's popping with you, man? What's going on with the pseudo killers, man? Heard
Hey,
y'all
man.
over there doing things. What's popping?
Hey, man, we doing our thing, man. You know, keeping it, keep people on the track, man, and getting that historical narrative correct, man. You know, through scientific literacy, man. Staying away from the mythology. Staying away from it, man. But what's up with you? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Living the best life, doing my thing, moving, doing different things, and
Okay.
I'm here. I'm ready. I'm actually gonna start putting some stuff together that we talked about behind the scenes.
Right.
I have time now, so I'm definitely gonna be on the phone with you a lot, and we're gonna be getting this stuff together so we could do what we need to do. All right.
Let's get together, man. Look, listen, man. I don't know what day you want to do it, but you gotta come down to Georgia, and then we gotta what I want to say, ascend on Gorilla Hebrew in his camp.
Oh man.
Yeah, let's do that. He kind of beat up. They kind of beat up a comedic dude. Kind of
Yeah.
beat him up, stressed him out. You know, it was a pseudo dude, and they kind of, so I'm saying, okay, they pushing him around. Let me ascend on them. I think we should do that. Pop up on him.
Cool. All right, cool. Let's matter of fact, hold on one second. I might
Good content for us. It'd be great content for us.
Might be able to do it before our Christmas. And I say our Christmas because we celebrate holidays. We don't hold that. We're not religious people. We don't care.
We celebrate. Yeah, we celebrate the holiday. The family.
I want a gift too. I want a gift. I'm telling the audience I want a gift. I celebrate all holidays. Y'all crazy ass self. When you're at work, do you tell your boss, when you're at your job, you're like,
right?
Well, I don't work on this day. You give me time and a half, I'm gonna go in and get that time and a half. I ain't worried about no damn day. It's a federal holiday. You in America, man. The hell?
You know what you had? When you first start off, you play that whole game, and you look at the how. But if you're not a Christian, you're not a Christian, man. Christmas is not just for the Christians, yo. It's not even a biblical tradition, to be honest with you. So at the end of the day, man, it's actually a time where you get together with your family, because that's when most of them are off work and they traveling. And it's a time for family, regardless of what it is. You're in America. Why not enjoy that time when you get to see your great grandmother? I enjoy being with my great grandmother. So I think I think the family time. So never be like a Jehovah's Witness, man, because those moments you can never get back. You can't get back time away from your family. That's the most important thing you have. That's actually the only thing you have is your family and your friends and the memories of that. Yo, when it's all gone, bro, when you sitting by yourself, yo, all you got is the memories. So yeah, don't mess up the memories with some wild ass conspiracy theorists and it's nonsense, bro. So no, I don't know. You can tell when a person's saying all that, man, they knew and they understand the world they in, bro.
Yeah,
that's real.
You know, it's crazy. 100 years from now, you're gonna find somebody in the bushes saying Dr. York was a messiah. And the government.
They already said.
I keep telling Chuck we got to get that book and that documentary together, so that years from now, when we pass and gone, the legacy of beating that up is on record. So they all could go to the DVD or a book. As a matter of fact, he's doing a book. He's doing a chapter on my next book called Made in America. He's going to do a whole chapter on the Nuwaubians and, they're a self-made group made in America, just like the Hebrew Israelites, just like the Moorish Temple, just like the Nation of Islam, all of them made in America. We got to be proud of the African-American experience. Even my Rastafarians. I mean, the guy who was called the first Rasta admitted that he got his ideas from the group in Chicago. So, as a matter of fact, a version of Rastafarianism, which is the main group where Bob Marley came out of and all that stuff, traces their roots to Chicago. So Rastafarianism was a part of African-American or quote-unquote black experience. And that's also going to be my book. All right. But yeah, man, you got crazy people everywhere, bro. I'm sorry. Maybe we went about it wrong 12 years ago, Unc. Maybe we should have started an Unc camp or a Cedric camp. We should have started a camp, man. Maybe that's what it was. We went wrong 12 years ago, man.
we would have had, and we still got. You know what though? I think the way you just mentioned how groups start in America is actually American. It's an American thing with an African twist on it. You know what I'm saying? It's an African American twist thing. So I get it though, bro. But you know what we do is we don't actually undermine it. We do what they claim they're trying to do, right? You know, what they claim they're trying to do is to recapture the history of Africans in America, right? That's what they claim, okay? And they do it with all type of religious texts, right? The Bible, right? Supposed to be uncovering our ancient traditions and all that, but it's all based off geography. And none of their stories line up to geography. And none of their stories line up to what real, right, authentic African people would have been doing. And so, you know, we bring that back, bro. And we bring it back with a flair and a debonair, man. And for that, my man, they hate us, bro. And it's funny to me. I think it's funny. Matter of fact, we outdo the people that's acting like they Egyptian, the ones that think they Egyptian maniacs and uncovering the history, yo, we outdo them. You know what I'm saying? Like we actually teaching them, which is wild to me, bro. We bring the experts through where they don't. You know why they can't bring the experts through? Because they have their own alternative understanding of Africa. They don't understand African custom and traditions, and they don't understand African history at all, right? So we helping them out. And for that, yo, they absolutely hate us. Big up to Cedric though, man. That was a good a good boy. Who
you beat up? Who he beat up?
I did not beat up a soul. I had an opportunity to educate.
Slow bus candidate.
I got you.
What's up, geniuses? What's up, smart guys?
What it do, Samuel?
Nothing much.
Being smart is a bad thing nowadays, so I don't know if I want to be a smart guy. Well, that seems to be
damn.
Yeah,
the norm.
You know, that is something that even I think all Africans of the diaspora suffer from that or have experienced that to some extent. I remember not in my household, but in my environment being said, like, don't study too hard, huh? Like it would actually be said like, yo, don't study too hard, you're gonna drive yourself crazy. Or in school, the people would tease or make it seem like being smart was uncool. I never acquiesced to that nonsense. No, like that didn't make any sense to me. Like, why would being dumb be cool? Like, but yeah, that is something that is still a stigma to some extent. Y'all trying to be in the books. You hear it in these YouTube streets, or when you're trying to have an actual intellectual conversation. Like the debate I was having wasn't actually a debate. I simply had to teach basic principles. You want to engage in an evolution discussion in an attempt to undermine it, but while you're speaking, you're actually illustrating your ignorance. So, I mean, it was more, how do you say, brawn and brain to actually engage in a debate like that. Is evolution fact or fiction? One of the most well-established theories in science that we have, corroborated over many fields. So that already indicates a certain amount of ignorance. So you just teach. And it's you take every opportunity, every platform at this point, because I'm concerned bad. It's bad out here. We exist in our little vacuums in our Discord, and we all sourced up, and we are having these high-level conversations. And when you pick your head up, you still have people do not understand what a theory is in science, or still making the ignorant claim either we come from monkeys or that we popped out of the dirt. Go figure.
Yep. Sabio, you're saying something, bro? All right. Hey, I will say that when people have conversations, I mean, in general, you can't. It's like you want to talk and have like a methodology and a proper way how to look at research. But sometimes when you're dealing with believers, man, it's hard to stick to a program that they understand. And one of the things, one of the big things in the Hebrew Israelite community is Second Esdras. Second Esdras, the consensus of scholarship overwhelmingly says it's a first century book. Hebrew Israelites, just like British Israelites, use this book to prove that Arzareth is over here, either in America or the British says in Britain or wherever they want it to be. And I think having conversations this week, this is why I put it in the topic, Second Esdras. It's sad because you get all the hints that it's a first century book. One, the first 2 chapters is written in Latin. Nobody, no Jewish person is writing in Latin that I know of in the history of mankind in 5th century BC from a Hebrew perspective. There's no reason, because Rome is not an empire at the time. Nobody even know who Rome is, to the point where you don't get to know them until like 2nd century BC. So there's no reason why Ezra is writing in Latin. That's one thing. The second thing is he's quoting New Testament scriptures, and y'all think that the New Testament writers are quoting him. And it's sad. You know, it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, this guy wants to bet me $5,000 on Clubhouse. I think I'm going to take the bet because I need some Christmas money to buy. So I want to buy a tree and put it in my house and decorate it with the money from that $5,000 bet. Because people are stupid enough to bet about something biblical, who wrote the book and all this foolishness. I'm just going to take people money, man. That's what I'm going to start doing, taking your money.
Oh, speaking of taking money, where is my money at, Neanderthal James? Where is my money at? I bet him where my money at. Where my money at? You lost live on air. Calling out Neanderthal James. Hey, so Garfield, listen. So I'm glad you brought that up. And, you know, I like to study the mentality behind why people believe what they believe. And unknowingly, you actually uncovered a reason there. And so you talked about a date, and you talked about a specific language, right? That this text was written in, certain parts of the text was written in, correct? So yes. I think with everybody, they think that you learn the Latin, right? God spit it in your head or something. They don't know you would have to actually learn that. So they're believing that people automatically speak in tongues and create that and understand that language, be able to write that language. They don't know you'd have to go to school. The same thing with the New Testament, right? That New Testament is written in Koine Greek, possibly by what, second generation people that practice the Hebrew faith, right? They would have had to go to school to be able to get that certain level of literacy. So I always looked at the biblical text as being a great literary work, right? But to write a great literary work, you have to be literate in certain languages. And so you would have to go to school. You just don't sit around and learn that stuff like that. So the text is an excellent literary text. Me and you both, matter of fact, everybody on the panel, clearly understand that it takes a high level schooling to be able to put that together.
Yeah, I think, hey, good question, by the way. Hey, Phineas, Yasharala, peace and love to your family. Always supporting my channel. Thank you for coming through, bro. You said where you get, he quoted first 2 chapters in Ezra is Latin. There is only a Latin version of the first 2 chapters. No other version exists. That's the original. It's just like the rest of it. Second Esdras verses chapter 3 is it originally in Hebrew. And how they trace that is they have 8 editions that's available today that is from the Greek. So let's trace it back for a little bit. How they know it's from the Greek? Because they find Greek loan words primarily in those writings, and they all agree, those manuscripts agree that it comes from the Greek. But within the Greek that they have reconstructed, they find words in the Greek that they're trying to translate from Hebrew. So that's why they know it's originally Hebrew. But for the first 2 chapters, that's Latin. So this is another thing too. How do you have a book that's written in Latin and then the rest is Hebrew, then the other in Latin, and some in Greek? That is also telling you if it has a Greek translation, at what time period is this? And then when you find a book now, if you notice something about the New Testament, my brother Finance Yasharala, if you notice something about the New Testament, you find that the church fathers in the 2nd century quoting it. You don't find nobody quoting 2nd Esdras until 180 AD. You don't find nobody at all. So if it was written from the 5th century BC, at least show me a history of it being written. And then on top of it, in the first other chapter 3, this is what kills the whole argument, man. I just got to show this on the screen real quickly. So my research is not just me being emotional about it, because I know Hebrew Israelites depend on this book for the whole Arzareth and America is Arthareth and all this foolishness. So what I did to my brother Pinas, and look at this brother Ang, because you got to apply some sort of methodology. I said, I go to Bible study tools and I said, let's look at what the Vulgate says. The Vulgate says that Salathiel wrote it, and he's also known as Ezra, right? Look at what the King James says. The King James don't say that. The King James Version says, in the 30th year after the ruin of the city, I was in Babylon. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen who are watching. The city was destroyed either 597 or 587 BC. So let's say it's 557 BC. Ezra, the scribe, wasn't even born yet. He wasn't around. And lay trouble. Look at this now. He's saying, the writer is saying, and lay troubled upon my bed, and my thoughts came over my heart. Look at the thoughts that came over his heart. For I saw the desolation of Zion. What is Zion? Jerusalem, the temple, and the wealth of them that dwelt at Babylon. So how is it that he saw the desolation of Zion, which happened around 597? So he couldn't be the Ezra that you guys is saying, who is the prophet. Ezra the scribe came out of Babylon around 451 BC when during the 7th year Artaxerxes is a king. So it's not even the same guy. It's not even Ezra that wrote it. It's a different Ezra. So y'all got beat up. But watch this though. You look at the King James Version, you look at the Revised. Let's look at the Revised. The Revised says, in the 30th of the destruction of our city, I, Salathiel. So the person is telling you who is writing it. I, Salathiel, who am also called Ezra. So this is not Ezra the scribe. This is Salathiel who wrote it. That's the revised version. Let's go to the New Revised. See what it says. It says the same thing. I, Salathiel. Let's look at another edition. Let's come all the way down. Let's look at the 3rd Millennium Bible. It don't say that. Let's look at another Bible. We're going to go through all the translations. Common English Bible. I, Salathiel. So the I, Salathiel part is the Greek version where they got it from. But in the Bible, I don't know why, because they got it from the Latin Vulgate. So this is supposed to be there. So somebody actually probably left this out on purpose, Salathiel, because that would have ended all the controversy with this book. Because if Salathiel wrote it and it's not Ezra, then there's a problem. Where you get, he quoted first 2 chapters in Esdras in Latin. Oh, I believe the first 2 and last year were added just, okay. The first 2 chapters are written originally in Latin. It's not written in any other script. So find us. That's why I said that. So he couldn't have, that is telling you the time period. The reason why I mentioned that, my brother Yasharala, because that would tell you the time period when it was actually written. If it's written in Latin, ask yourself, when would a Hebrew or an Israelite or a Jew write in Latin? And it would be under the Roman Empire. Under the Roman Empire, when did they take over Israel or Judah? They took over that in 63 BC. So from that time period, Latin is introduced as some sort of lingua franca. Not a lingua franca, because it was always Greek, Koine Greek. But it was introduced at that time period. So we know those 2 chapters is what they said Jesus quoted in 2nd Esdras, but it's actually the other way around. They quoted the New Testament. Go ahead, my brother.
So Garfield. So they but I mean, I don't know why the adherence to the faith even paying attention to anything you're actually saying or me, because it doesn't have to be historically accurate. It's a belief system, yo. And the way you believe is the way you believe. And if you believe that the person seeing the vision, I can't help you any damn way. Right? I mean, really, I mean, correct? Like there's no way to help that. Like, so I study geography, and it's important in all these conversations. You just played a great video on how the geography wouldn't match up. Like we understand how geology, how certain geographical features fit, how rivers are formed. We understand the time periods after the last worm age, glacial stages. We understand what happens when the ice caps start to melt and rivers start to form and Great Lakes start to form. We know the time periods on this. We can actually track it. And so we understand. So a person that believes in a biblical text is not actually caring about any of that. My argument with African Americans is it's not a belief system that was incorporated into the African psyche prior to colonialism. You would have to go to Ethiopia for the Christianity, and then you have to make up some shit and act like they was already in West Africa. You've thoroughly debunked that. So what I don't even know why they even try. Like you talk to the brother. The brother's a good dude, but you broke it down. But he shouldn't even listen to you. It's a belief. And you can believe anything. They can be in California. The Egyptians can be in the what's the daggone thing called? They say the Egyptians in America and what's it called? The cavern, not the cavern, but the damn man, what is that place called? Where I don't even know. I can't even think of the spot, right? But they believe these things, yo. So our fight is against belief systems which you can't ever defeat. Like the video you played prior to the Adam and Eve video, when the guy, he makes his own rules, right? Like nobody cares if you're married to a white woman or not. Nobody actually cares about that. Nope. But when you put stipulations on shit and make it like that's great. Like I've heard that guy's content before. He's ridiculous. He bashed women, right? And then make up all kind of rules, right? To try to act like he's not acting a hypocrite. You know, telling men don't date a woman with kids and all. Like that's ridiculous. Like that doesn't take away from a woman because she has kids, right? My thing is, if you do have kids, I'm not going to date you if you don't take care of your damn kids. That's the issue for me. Not whether you have them or not, but whether you're taking care of them or not. So this guy do all the things wild, craziest thing ever, and then will debate you. Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. Very interesting. Right,
yeah, let me say, I don't know if Cedric or Sabi want to say something. Let me respond to this gentleman real quick. But that explanation could still be thrown out with a new discovery, and this happens all the time. No, my brother, there's nothing to discover. Every person who has looked at 2nd Esdras says it's a 1st century book, right? The problem is the book don't even say it was written by Ezra. It's saying it's Ezra, but the person is Salathiel. Salathiel, Ezra is not Ezra, the prophet or the scribe. It's a completely different person. So if this is saying Salathiel wrote it, that means you thought in your mind that Ezra wrote it, which is what the person is pretending to be. And then on top of it, if you look at Ezra 7, it talks about Jesus, the Son of God. There's no New Testament scripture talking about Jesus is the Son of God. You don't find nobody in history know this book until somebody in the 2nd century quoted. There's no, even when you look at the prophets or the archangels they're using, Uriel. Uriel is introduced to the world by the Gnostic people. Nobody knows an archangel Uriel before 2nd Esdras mentioned it. Nobody. So it's like it's a whole new writing, and it's giving you apocalyptic type of writing, which is based on the 1st century when the temple was destroyed, 70 AD. But they're writing, it's called a pseudepigraphia. This is why it's called a Jewish apocalyptic writing, which is it's a pseudepigraphia, the person pretending to be Ezra. It's the same thing with the 2nd Baruch. 2nd Baruch and the Apocalypse of Zephaniah is also in that book, and those books are written in the 2nd century. So you got to look at it from a scholastic perspective, not from a belief perspective, because I know it talks about Arzareth, and everybody want to say Arzareth is the people, native people in Americas, and that's the 12 tribes and all that stuff. But we gonna get it right.
Hey, Garfield.
Okay, shout out to Yasharala, man. Peace and love.
Hey, Garfield.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
They can't get out the Garden of Eden, though. I don't want to talk to him no more. Make your way out of the Garden of Eden. If you can get out of the Garden of Eden, then we can have a conversation. Bro, I'm not going to no answer. I'm not, because all them traits, they reach back to Adam and Eve, yo. Work with me. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the video that's produced. If you can't get out the Garden of Eden, if you can't prove that these ancient writers understood geography, right, that would give rise to the rest of the world, meaning the story they was writing was for the whole goddamn planet, then you can't get out the garden. That's all I'm saying.
I take it even one step further. I engage with the conversation as to let us establish whether or not you have any reason for me to believe that there's a God, to engage with a document supposedly produced by said God. So I appreciate what Garfield does, because he allows us to engage with this from a literary perspective, from a writing perspective, and he has a unique ability to actually tie what is actual historical and where it's not about the document. But from a pure a fundamental standpoint, in which most of these individuals engage with the document, you need to establish for me, why would I assume or engage with this document based on it being produced by a God? Because you have no ability to establish such. Once we can establish that this is a document written by men, then we can engage with the document, like you saying, where's the Garden of Eden again? Wait a minute. So you're telling me God tried to hoodwink two naive, ignorant human beings he just created, and because he was outsmarted by one of his own creations, he got upset? Is that what happened? Man.
Yep. Same with Jacob, man, when wrestled with an angel, Jacob and Esau. Jacob stole Esau's birthright, man, a damn crook. And that's who these people say they come from, a damn crook called Jacob.
Listen, you know how weak of a character you need to be as a God to try to need to manipulate your creation to keep them close to you. First of all, you want them to remain ignorant. You hit them with the boogeyman story, like, you know what to do with your kids? If you go outside after midnight, the boogeyman gonna catch you, right? He tells them that story. Now the big brother come and say, man, what wrong with her? Your mommy lying? You ain't got no boogeyman. You could go outside after midnight. Ain't nothing gonna happen. You try it, and then your mom locks you outside of the house because she was lying to you. People don't like to slow down these stories because, again, they are engaging with it with a firm foundation that a God exists. Thus, the document that this God allowed to be produced cannot ever be taken other than the way we tell you to take it. The story of the Garden of Eden actually shows God as a weak individual. He lied to Adam. The consuming of the fruit of life, a tree of knowledge, would not have killed you in any sense of the word. Even eaten from it, the only reason that they eventually became or eventually was had to die was because God put them out the garden, put these cherubims there so that they could not engage with the tree of life. He was simply upset because they disobeyed a rule which made no sense. Because why would you want to keep us in ignorance? You got issues.
No doubt. No doubt.
And somebody gonna jump up here and tell me that's a Gnostic. No, I don't read none of those things. I just look at a piece of text as it
Ignorance is bliss. Said you didn't know that? Ignorance is bliss.
Right, the story of when when I actually started to get an anti-theist sentiment as a father, actually reading the story of Job. As a parent, the laissez-faire way in which God just boom magically gave him 10 new children. That means he replaced the 10 before. God has no respect for life. That means the man had 20 children now of 10 which you killed. You can't replace them. And you kill them for what? The devil taking a bet with you, which the devil's supposed to have known he would have lost, knowing who God is. Why would God subjugate his followers or his children or his product, right? To prove to himself. The story makes no sense all around. We talk about it as for its literary excellence, but as someone who engages in screenplays, does acting and stuff, reads a lot of novels, it's a poorly written storyline, weak and dumb. Like everybody knew the outcome before we read it. The devil.
The story of Job was horrible.
The devil was going to lose. So we had to read all the atrocities that the devil was allowed to put a man through, illustrating God and the devil's control over man. You are nothing to the gods. You killed a man, 10 children. I'm a father of 7. There is no way. Me and God was going to war. I was going to chop his head off. For touching one, let alone all 10. God was going to meet me in the ring, gladiator.
Yo, what do you mean? He wiped out his whole family. He wiped out his whole family.
His servants, his animals, burned his house down, gave the man illness, and just to prove a point to the devil.
Just to prove a point to the devil, to his enemy. Now, what type of point do you have to prove to your enemy?
So I kind of like have I got a different take than y'all. I actually place no value judgment on the biblical text, meaning I don't think the actual gods that they have are any more powerful or any more knowing than the rest of the deities that human beings have geographically created. I don't place no value judgment on it.
I'm with you on that.
So to the point where, right, I think the story is about the creation and all that. I think it has a time and space for it, and they did the best that they could do. Look at all the creation stories around the time. Look at the time periods, and they did the best of what they would have known. They would have known no more than that. So I'm not giving them no credence to having, their ability to tell how things were created was based off of their steps in understanding nature. So at that time period, Cedric know it, you know it, Garfield know it. They wouldn't have understood the cosmos. So that was their cosmology, right? That was the best they could do for that time, bro. They weren't gonna be able to do nothing else more than that. I just get mad.
No different than the turtle, than the great turtle story of the Native Americans, right,
Correct. So that plays no value judgment. I think all of them have a underlying theme of trying to understand the world they're in. I don't have a problem with that. I just get mad when African Americans try to push that on the rest of us. That's the part that get me. Like, bro, you should have enough sense to know that story is created at a particular time period, right? The deity tells you geography, and it's containing ideas and concepts based off the way they was living in their world. Why are you trying to push that on me when I'm saying, well, wait a minute, it's 2024, about to be 2025, and we understand how certain things come into being, man. Big up to the Pseudo Killers, man. Big up to Space Ace, Anthony, and Juju, man. They starting their show back up again Wednesday. We're going to be there, man. Make sure everybody be there in effect, man. Dealing with galaxies and beyond, man. Dealing with the cosmos as we understand it and trying that far.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you were saying on placing no real value judgment on them. We place them in the same category as we would do Inky and Enlil, Adepa, some of them other stories. But it's just that this has some, because our we have been so smitten by this story as a people that there's a little more that when we actually read certain stories like the Job story or the Jonah story, we can kind of place more value on it. Like, you know what? Ain't no way this will happen to me. Ain't no way I would be Balaam and that donkey would have to stop me. Yeah, stop. Like, how's a donkey gonna talk to me? Hold on, I'm having a conversation with a donkey. These types of things we could place ourselves in because of the cultural significance and how long we've been smitten under these stories. So I guess that's the reason why it's easy to look at the Job story and say, no way, this was gonna happen to me.
Yeah, it is not that we don't accept where these people were at that point in time, right? And we perfectly understand that, especially us over here who actually study human development, cultural and social development, right? However, what forces the scrutiny for this particular text, we don't do that with Hercules text, for example, right? We don't question why Zeus, we just engage with the story because of the premise it's left in. It is left within the realm of mythology, and we accept it for what it is, right? Even when we analyze those stories, we analyze them for quote unquote what is the what are they trying to tell us in terms of history or in terms of behavior, whatever. What happens with this particular religious text, and this is where I agree with you, that you hold a community that we're inaccountable. They are post hoc shoehorning themselves into that narrative as if that narrative was real. So that forces us now to, come on, what kind of God are you? What? So that forces a scrutinizing of the text, which is unfair to the time that it was written in and for the people that it was written for, right? But because of the mindset that we're dealing with in 2024, where you get a dude trying to debate me with creationist arguments to undermine Richard Dawkins, it is warranted that we examine this text in terms of, y'all, put this nonsense down.
Yeah, and you know what? I get tired of people coming at you with these misrepresenting evolution as if Darwin was the beginning of it. All Darwin did was picked up on ideas that was set out before him. If people actually read, they would know these things, Darwin did not develop his ideas in a vacuum.
No, nope.
But this is what people who argue these things think. They think it just popped up out of nowhere and Darwin is the progenitor of it. No.
Yeah, he so I remember a nigga told me on the phone, I ain't gonna say his name, Double X, my fault. Tried to tell me, I tried to convince him that the Egyptians understood evolution, right? What I said was, and I want to speak to your point, that over time, you got the Egyptians, you got the Greeks, man. They started to recognize how things would change. You could just start with the seasons, right? You could just start with anything you was around long enough to see that things are subject to change. And so the Egyptians had an idea based around change, right? Evolve things, change and evolvement. I didn't say they had the scientific technical aspect of it. But what I said is that the symbol for change was Kepler, and just so happened that Kepler actually becomes a model species. If y'all heard me say this before, a model species is something that they use in science, right, to help understand a natural phenomenon. So then why is it that they use a dung beetle as a model species? They use dung beetles for a model species because it's the most speciaceous species on planet Earth, meaning it has the most variety out of all the daggone insects, animals, period. Look it up, okay? And in Africa, you have a large variety of dung beetles, and they simply understood based off of rolling up the dung beetle, how that dung beetle and larva would transform and change, and over time the larvae would present itself in the form of a dung beetle out of the dung. Change, evolving, transformation, right? Simple. That's not to say that they understood evolution to the point of Charles Darwin did, but we know how Charles Darwin got it. Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe. Simple as that. And he looked at the different variety of things. And he recognized that these things had what? They had some things that was all in play with each other. So at the end of the day, man, I don't want to make this an evolutionary conversation. I just want to say that the ideas that was formulated by all people in the scientific community, it stemmed from other ideas. We always say it's steps, bro. Simple as that. If you don't get this step, you can't get to the next step.
And I wasn't trying to make it an evolution conversation either. I was just trying to point out how what said has said, how they would use creationist talking points to argue against science. And it's the creationist talking points, the teleological argument, the intelligent design argument, the first cause argument. They're all infinite regresses to me, though. It's like, and at what point do they stop using these arguments and just go with what they know and then argue against the science as they know it? Like, if you don't understand the science, you can argue and you can have a conversation on the things you don't understand. But I don't think we have to play in the world of make-believe as they try to force us to do in these conversations, just so they can feel validated, or it could be an equal playing field. It's not equal, and I say it all the time. If they can just make up anything, but we have to go by the science, the history of what actually happened, and they can just force anything in there, then it's not an equal playing field. So what are we actually doing? You feel me?
Just based on geography alone, I mean, even as a kid, anybody remember those JWS kind of goldish looking books that the biblical encyclopedia for kids?
You can live in heaven, you can live in paradise on earth forever, or something like that.
So yeah, now the characters in this book, the clothes they wore, the environment they were in, because it was pictograph, right? Those people never looked like me. So I never thought that any of the biblical stuff was going about me. And I had a problem even as a kid trying to understand, why would I be subject to a God that clearly has a chosen people and those people aren't me? Like, this was at 9, 10 years old. I already had these ideas. Like, first of all, I have no relationship to the characters that I'm seeing in this book. The names, nothing is familiar. My brother name's Benjamin, although when I'm reading the story of Benjamin, it's a bunch of Middle Eastern people. They got all these robes on. It has no relationship to do with me. So this is obviously about these people. This is a story about those people. Their God is for those people. So I never built a relationship or saw myself being articulated in the book. Not even when it came to Ham and those curses. It was nowhere within my geography, nowhere within my phenotypical representation. So for me, it is confusing that there's a certain demographic that actually feels that they are intimately connected to the people in that book. How? Well, like we're West Central Africans. This book takes place in the Middle East, the Levant, Saudi Arabia, and as far as Nubia, that's about it. How does that become us? Noah's Ark landed in Turkey, which was the second wave of humans. So like, how do, like, I just can't figure. It makes no sense to hear grown men talk about, but how are Yasha, Ashirusha, the Israel, like.
Yeah, they got it honest though. I recognize that though. They actually got it honest, and that's the way the brain works. So I'm not even tripping off that. Once you recognize how the brain works and how it didn't even evolve for you to think. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that. It was just it evolved to control your body budget. So we got that in the toolkit. So they supposed to be believing, yo. You know, humans believe anyway. You know, I just choose not to believe your tales and stories around a deity. I have beliefs though. See, that's another mistake. That if you don't believe in a God, then all of a sudden you're a lonely human. I just
you don't have any
put
belief.
no value on your story. Yeah. Right? I put them all together. I think all stories have lessons in it for humanity, right? Whether it's one about the Congo, whether it's one about the Mabuti people in the rainforest, right? They all have these stories. So I'm just not placing the value judgment that you got the best story, right? Because we ran into it during colonialism, right? Helped enslaved us. I'm just not. I refuse to do that.
And you know what? I asked somebody the other day. I was on my way over to a friend's house, and I was listening to a show, and I actually had to ask the people because they overheard the show. So they overheard what was being talked about. So I had to ask them, which one of y'all?
What show you talking about?
The pseudo killers.
Okay, all right.
I had to ask them, which one of y'all on this bus believe Zeus is hurling lightning bolts right now from the sky?
The spaghetti monster, yo.
If you to go hard, yo.
The flying spaghetti monster.
Yo, I had to ask, and all of them said none. I said, why? I said, because we've learned. So what is the difference between that God and Yahweh?
Yeah, that's what gets me when people say they're agnostic. How? How?
Hey, Cedric, hold on, Cedric.
Zeus without a second thought, and Zeus represents equal to our God for those people.
Yeah, I kind of question all that. Hey, Cedric, so I question all that. Like, so what about the flying spaghetti monster God?
Or Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe.
Yeah. Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe. Shout out.
So wait a minute, yo. So it's about words and value placed on words. So for instance, if you say I don't believe in God, then you blame they look at you as being offensive to people, right? Okay, but it's just a word. It's the value that you place on the word, yo. It's like how much understanding you have with that word. You know what I'm saying? So it's a word, right, that we put value on, and they claim you're being disrespectful to a person, but they can be disrespectful to us though. Once you say you don't believe you're atheist, there's all kind of jokes to go behind that.
Yeah. The whole
hey, you know what?
You have no morals. You have no morals. You're evil. All we get it all. We're ignorant. We're disrespecting our ancestors. That all of that is cool. But when I say your position is held without rationality and is rooted in illogic, then I'm being disrespectful.
But you know what? When you ask them, when you ask them what is God, or when you tell them, because I always tell, I'm quick to say this to people: God is not the name of any deity.
No, it's not.
So in order to know the
Title.
name,
It's a title,
it's a
correct?
title. So yes, so you have to know the name. So when you say God, tell me which God you're talking about.
Yeah, which one? They look surprised. They say, you know which one. Hold on. Go ahead. Ask me that question. What God?
The real
Go ahead.
God.
Now, yeah. The only God.
Oh, you mean the only one? The only one.
The one and only. The sovereign God. Yeah,
It's the same one. It's the same one that give us all breath, and they can't be from different gods.
Breath. Hold on. Breath to me is nothing but wind.
What did he say? Hold on. What did he say?
Wind only come from one God, then, okay?
No, it doesn't. God didn't create
Brother,
shit. Wind is nothing but
you think?
oxygen, yo.
Wait. Calm down. You think wind comes from different gods?
Wind doesn't come from a God. Period. What is you talking about?
I guess you blow with the direction. That's okay.
Wind doesn't come from a God. What is
No,
wrong with
actually,
you?
what God? What God are you talking about?
Right. Which God are you talking about?
Which one?
The Most High.
Which?
You know what? That's something that y'all atheists can't defeat. The Most High. The Most High.
The Most High defeats himself.
Y'all a bunch of wannabe semi-guys.
What kind of weed is smoking? You the most high? What kind of weed is smoking?
Weed.
Right.
It ain't Jamaican weed.
Good ganja.
Hey, you know what? Cedric? I ate your ass up on there, cute butter, right? You looked stupid the other day on that channel, man. That nigga ate you up, man.
Huh?
Why you let him do you like that? Damn.
I won't get back to the most. I won't get back to the Most High though.
You might not be as Mike Jones, nigga, but it's cool. Listen, that nigga ate you alive.
I want to get back to the most. I want to
Another
get back
one
to the
of
Most High
these
though. I want to get back to the Most High though. Let's get back to the Most High. Don't let him run around.
Stay right there.
I want to get back to the Most High. What about the most low? What about the most middle? Have you?
That would be you. No. The most low would be
the
you.
most middle.
Listen, the most low will be you.
So do you realize when you say the most high, you talking about the highest point, right?
No. I'm talking about the only power in the sky. The only power that makes this shit work is what I'm saying.
Okay,
But
so
y'all
based off of what?
No. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I heard you. Based off of what point?
Y'all do a lot.
No, what's your reference for it? I just need your reference. Like what area in the world first started saying that? That's all I'm asking.
I want you to step outside right now, and I want you to take a deep breath of air. That's the Most High.
Nah, we're not doing that, bro. I'm saying that's
bro.
L.
You're not doing that, nigga. That's what it is.
The word, look, I'm not calling you a nigga. That's a little aggressive for me this morning. I don't want to be aggressive with you. I want to have a conversation.
My bad, old head. Yeah, you right. Okay. I think it's funny too.
Yeah.
Y'all passed y'all prime.
My fault,
yeah,
young
y'all
boy.
passed y'all prime. That's over with.
My fault, young boy. So let's
Let's
get
back to it,
the
man.
conversation going. Calm
Okay,
it down.
let's get back
Relax
to
yourself.
it.
Let's talk.
Let's get back to
Gentlemen
it.
should, right? So
I mean, you know what? I feel like you're going into the doctor stage, so it's kind of annoying.
I
But
know.
go ahead,
I'm
though.
asking. You made the point. You said the Most High. There's a word for that. That's El Elyon in the Hebrew language.
No. That's your word.
Yes, it is. No, it's not.
I said the Most High, and you translate that to El Elyon, whatever you said.
That's what it is. It's the Most High El.
How you gonna tell me what it is?
Elyon. Because you can look in the Hebrew.
No, look, nigga, you're not about to tie me to whatever bullshit you got in there.
No, did you just tell me to shut up, nigga?
None of this stupid shit.
You trying to say Elohim, all that shit? No, nigga, forget all that shit.
I'm saying, did you just tell me to shut up?
Yes, nigga, shut up with that shit. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
why would you personally shut up.
Why would you talk to me like that, bro? Like, why
Get your panties out your ass.
I know. Why would you talk to me like that, though?
I'm telling you, know what, nigga? You know what I mean? Older dude is what I'm trying to tell you. Is this. When I say, listen to me.
So
when I say shut that shit up, I'm talking about your phone.
Because you're a bitch. You
know,
so we'll be having normal conversations.
If I really thought you was serious, I would actually get aggravated, nigga.
I said, but your mother's a bitch and your father's a hoe. So understand.
Is that what you said? Is that what you said when you was spiraling out of control on crack, nigga? That's what you told your mama?
Yeah, your mother smoked crack.
You called your mama a bitch when you was on crack.
Nigga, I
never what you told
smoked crack, bitch.
When you was on crack and stealing that shit, nigga.
All right, time out.
Yo,
10,
yo.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Most High is back.
All right, but old boy came on real disrespectful, Garfield.
He's a very disrespectful bitch ass nigga for no reason. I'm calm, I'm not raising my voice, I'm not tripping. We was having a normal conversation, and his mother jumped on the panel. Amazing.
Yeah, but he jumped up here with that level of hostility and his ignorance on display. They don't come to have a conversation. They feel butthurt. They feel emotionally challenged when they're hearing the things we're saying. So they come up here because their whole identity is being challenged. So they come up here with a level of aggression that religion doesn't allow you to mentally grow. When you're in an academic setting, you're constantly being challenged. Your ideas are constantly being challenged.
We didn't challenge
You're
anything about him
constantly-
though, Cedric. Cedric, we wasn't talking to him.
No.
He's not even a Hebrew guy. I
Nope.
said El Elyon. He doesn't even understand that.
He don't even know
just
what
said-
El
he just-
Elyon
he's
mean.
tripping. I didn't say anything to that man.
Right.
Not
He
all
came.
those
He
things out of my
interrupted
neck.
us. He interrupted our
So
conversation and tell us that breath.
I'm never talking to that guy again.
Nope. See,
he interrupted
done.
our
No more
conversation.
Whoever that is. Who is that Garfield? Who is that guy? So I can write him down to make sure I never have a conversation with him again. Because the first thing come out my mouth is gonna be your mother's a bitch. So I don't want to do that. I can't talk to him. Who is that guy, Garfield? Do you know?
I don't even know who that is.
I think he said his name was Mike Jones. He's just
Okay,
one
Mike
of these
Jones.
wild, ignorant kids.
Okay, Mike Jones, stop sending your mother up here to have a conversation amongst
Yeah,
men.
bro. We're grown men. Like have a
Oh, so he be in the chat fronting, acting like he cool.
No, that was his mother up here. That's what it was. Wasn't him, it was his mother.
I don't like $3 bill type people, yo.
ignorant little boy. Like, come on, dude. You know, like why though? Why does it need to digress to this point? And if we haven't said a word about people, we're talking about a document, we're talking about the geography.
I wasn't talking about no doc. I was talking about human beings, period. And I placed no value on that. See the point? He dove up in here. He not even a Hebrew talking crazy. So he just saying, don't disrespect the word.
Yeah, he heard the word breath. He heard the word breath and tried to equate that to God. And he didn't like that we didn't allow him to equate the word breath to God.
No, he right back to the Hebrew doctrine again, though, because the word is ruach.
Right. Ruach, right. I know what the word is. Ruach. Wind, breath.
Right. Come on, dude. So he's talking about the Hebrew thing. Okay, but that's an area of the world.
Right.
That's not right.
It had nothing to do with Africa or Australia or the Americas.
Correct. See?
Or China. But he wouldn't know that.
Nope. Levels to these conversations, and again, it is always going to be that way. First of all, he's a kid, and number two, we're challenging people's belief system, and that the intellectual capacity to handle a conversation like that is not everyone. We are in a vacuum because we consistently challenge our own ideas.
So, did y'all see the story about I posted an article about a week ago about the goddess, the mother goddess, 2,600 years ago, found in Turkey?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wonder how many of these Hebrews know about the mother goddess 2,600 years ago in Matern.
Nope. They are not engaging in studies.
Can I ask you how you know about it? Just a question.
It was an article that I read on it. I can pull it up if you want me to.
No, it's cool. I was just asking because my point is the same argument that you use about Hebrews for believing that they believe, you literally just brung up the same argument from an article you read. How does that even make sense?
Wait a minute. First off, the question was worded wrong, but I'm going to answer it for you. So the article that I read mentions a goddess from 2,600 years ago in the same part of the world that your religion originated in.
Do you have ancient manuscripts?
There's all types of ancient manuscripts in this article.
Okay.
If you want me to pull it up, I will pull it up and I will have Garfield share it for you if you want me to.
Sure,
Do you
go
want
ahead.
me to do that? Cool, hold
Yes,
up.
sir. Yeah. Stop doing all that blapping.
You the one doing all the blapping.
I just asked you to show your source.
Oh my goodness, man.
Well, a source for what? How you doing, brother? How you feeling?
Peace, y'all. Peace and blessings to y'all, man.
How you doing, brother?
I'm about to show the goddess from 2,600 years ago in Turkey.
A statue, right? Was a statue?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what's wrong with that? How is that an issue with anything?
It's apparent because
I don't know. What was the brother
I don't
saying?
know what's his argument.
Wait, what did he say? What was your argument, brother?
My question was that when you make arguments against Hebrew, not even just Hebrews, any
It's in the back, Garfield.
Any doctrine that if you're going to say, okay, this doctrine uses these sources to validate what they believe, and then you go use the exact same methodology as they use to disprove what they believe. What different? How are you being any different? Right? Like that's no different than you know what I'm saying? The next culture that uses artifacts, ancient writings, you know what I'm saying, historical figures to gather information about their own doctrine.
Correct. So I agree with you on that. But we do that with all religions around the world. So what's the problem? So I'm saying, what's the value judgment and the investment is
No,
on
it's not a
the
problem.
individual. You get my
Go ahead.
point.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
I see.
That's all I was
Go
saying.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's all I was saying. That the value judgment is based on the believer, right? The value is based on how you believe. That's all I was saying. I wasn't.
I agree.
Yeah, I study all of them. I have a world understanding of religions.
Okay.
I think it's part of culture is beautiful. That's how you learn about a culture is based off their belief. I think Islam is beautiful. The call to prayer, the song.
So why Hebrews got to be the only ones that's dummies, ignorant, and
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. That's not
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying that
all of
this is
y'all
what
are to me.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Christians, Hebrews, Muslims, Moors,
What'd
all
you
of
say?
them. All in that dumb category. All of them are all in that culture vulture category, and you're all ignorant because you're holding on to things. You're holding on to Iron Age beliefs, Iron and Bronze Age beliefs in 2024. Those
Okay,
people
what belief are you holding on
to? I'm an anti-theist.
You're what?
I'm an anti-theist. I'm against all religions, especially the Abrahamic religions. So,
you believe in evolution.
No, I accept the fact of evolution.
It's Rabbi.
Okay. Yes, sir.
It's easy to just simplify it this way. You being a Hebrew Israelite, me being a Muslim, these other brothers on the panel, they may not have a following or faith that they follow. As Unc reiterated, it all boils down to faith. That being the case, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to agree to disagree without the ad hominems about disrespecting each other and calling each other out of names, your mother this, your mother that, and all this. I see this kind of stuff happens on a lot here on the internet. And primarily what I really was going on here to jump on was to say something to coming from the demographic and the places where you've been in the past structures you to stand 10 toes down and not be weathered by foolishness, especially somebody behind a keyboard that may be 1,000 or some odd miles away from you, brother. If that man was face to face with you, do you honestly believe he would have that same energy or that same vibe, brother?
Nope, but I would.
I
All the way.
understand that.
All the
Yes,
way.
you
And
would,
I ain't a
brother.
tough guy. And I ain't a tough guy.
I understand that, brother. But what is that to gain?
I'm not
The
trying to
growth
gain
that,
up, Lau. Hey,
listen,
Lau.
the
Lau.
growth
All right,
that you have now, the growth
No,
that we all have now.
I agree. Hey, Lau. That's why I didn't raise my voice. Don't you think I'm getting better? I didn't
I
holler and scream.
understand. I understand, brother.
I'm getting better. I want to be like you, Lau. See, Lau, I can tell the way you talk, right? I can, and I haven't met you in person, but I understand tonality. I understand voices, yo. And I think you smack the shit out of somebody, Lau. See, I know this about you. Don't ask me how I know, because I'm a street cat at the end of the day. Right? So the way you never disrespect a person, yo, I would have to always talk to you like this, brother Lau, because I know it would be consequences, bro. I understand him. He just talking. So I wanted to give him the show, right? I'm getting better with it. I won't feed into it. But he got out of pocket, and I want to get better. So I think your critique in this moment is absolutely right, and I appreciate the help, brother.
Okay, but my only thing is, and I agree. You know what I'm saying? I fell victim to the same thing before in the past, but it don't really make sense. But that's what I'm trying to say about the brother up here. I can't really see his name, but we'll just call him E, the other E other than me, that's on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Idiots and ignorance and all of this, right? But at the same time, you believe that in the beginning, we all believe that there was nothing. All of us believe that, whether you believe in ever. Okay, well, whatever you believe.
That's
Okay,
false. You
cool.
can't. You can't.
Okay,
You can't.
If you
You can't.
can I
First off, don't. No.
can I finish, brother?
No.
Can I finish,
Because
brother?
I can't let you make a false statement.
Well, you can.
You would not like us to make a false statement about you. Do not make a false statement about us. So hold on. Let me clear it up before you continue. We do not say the universe came from nothing.
Sabio, hold on 1 second. Let Israel Bound finish.
Go ahead. Let him go, Garfield. Go ahead. I'm good. Go ahead. Let him go.
We do not say the universe came from nothing. This is creationists that say that. People who believe in who accept the Big Bang and evolution do not say the universe came from nothing. This is creationists. Y'all the ones who say God said, poof, and here the universe is.
Can I ask you a question then? Because you just said
Go
Big
ahead.
Bang. Did you just say Big Bang or did you not?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
So the Big Bang, what was the Big Bang? Because the Big Bang is
expansion.
Hold up. Can I finish? Because the Big Bang said an expansion of what?
Time and space.
Time and space has no matter.
Wow.
See, listen, let me give you an example. If you go to the grocery store and you buy a jar of peanut butter, right? And you open it up, it's got that.
Talking about the beginning of the universe with a super.
Hold up. Why don't see how people can't be quiet?
No, because you did.
Why don't you be quiet and wait your turn, brother? I sit and listen to you cry like a baby when you get interrupted. But you coming on here interrupting me because you don't want to hear what I got to say. Why don't you just shut up, bro? It's not your turn. I was talking.
Why do you just need to hear yourself speak?
Why don't you just shut up and listen? Why?
To your nonsense?
Yeah, let them have a conversation. Let's just have a conversation, man.
You see, I didn't interrupt nobody while they were talking. I didn't interrupt.
Let's just have a conversation. Come on, brother. Let's have a conversation. Finish your point, though.
So if you open up a jar of peanut butter and it's got that aluminum foil on the top of it sealed.
Wow.
Let him finish, y'all. Come on, man. Let him finish.
Yo, go ahead. I'm not cutting you. I was laughing at
He's laughing because he's ignorant.
No, this is brother Unc. No, I don't want to presume myself.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That was rude, though. That was rude.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
So if you open that jar of peanut butter, what you'll find is that there's nothing in it but peanut butter, and you can leave that jar sealed for 100 years, and that'll be the same case. The reason why I brought that up is because the reason that happens is because no information can be introduced into that jar until it's open. And what I mean by information, meaning like spores and things of that nature that can that can start growth, that can start a form of life. That's what I'm saying. So when you blow that up into the macrocosm and talk about the universe, you have to have information introduced in order to expand on that same information. Now you go ahead and make it make sense.
Hold on, wait. So let's go back to the peanut butter jar. No, come on, don't jump in. Let's go back to the peanut butter jar. So when you open up that peanut butter jar, you would now make it an open system, meaning things can come in and things can come out, correct?
Introduce information, correct.
Okay, but the universe is a closed system. Based off what we understand about it. Meaning nothing can come in and nothing can come out, bro. So whatever it is, it always was is. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever's in here, the universe, which sound crazy because I'm reducing it to a can of peanut butter, but I'm trying to show you that whatever it is, it is. That's all. And so if I was to tell you that Moses come from Baltimore, Maryland, what would you say to me?
I would say that I would take that as a joke. I wouldn't even take it seriously.
I'm serious. Yo, his family was born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland, down Lexington Terrace. You would say, bro, then you don't understand Moses. Am I correct?
Right.
Because you know Moses was supposedly reported to be in Egypt, right? He was found on the river and he ended up in the Pharaoh's house. That would be the story. And the area would be somewhere in the Middle East somewhere. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay, so I'm telling you, you're coming on here and you need to just understand what the Big Bang is, right? And once you understand it, then you can have a better conversation on it. And it's not even in rejection of your religion. Like you could believe in all you believe in and then have a fundamental understanding of nuclear synthesis. All right, that is the creation of atoms, the expansion, Hubble expansion.
You said the creation of atoms?
No, I'm just saying it's called nuclear synthesis. There's about 3 things
what
you
is
should
that?
have a working knowledge on. I said nuclear synthesis, the Hubble expansion, right? If you don't understand those 2 things, then you're not even beginning to have a real conversation, right? That's all I was saying. Like it's just education on everybody's part. If I'm saying that Moses was born in Baltimore, Maryland, you'd be like, come on, y'all, that's in America. That's not where it was. No, the Garden of Eden was in Mesoamerica. You'd be like, come on, yo, you joking. So not to be vain towards you, I would say, yo, based off what you're saying, are you joking? You get it?
No. So no. Let me tell you how that doesn't make sense. Because what the Big Bang theory is, what you're overlooking is that the Big Bang, the Big Bang theory says that this is what y'all say is the expansion of everything.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is that you can't not bring order from chaos. That does not happen. That goes against nature.
No, where's anything orderly around here, yo?
Right?
No, what I mean by order, what I mean by order is like the design of life, right? I'm saying that if let's just take something as that we all know about. Or let's say a giraffe. All right, a giraffe has a heart that's 2 feet long. Yeah. Why? Because his neck is so long that it has to have the power to pump the blood up to his brain.
Okay.
And then if here's something interesting as well. A giraffe has a problem that when it has to bend down to drink water, that when it bends and it lifts its head back up, it could pass out from the flow of the blood, right? You understand how that can happen?
Yeah.
So they have these like shields in there to stop the blood flow when they bend over, so that it doesn't give them that pass out dynamic to happen. So you can't get that type of intricate design from an accidental explosion to get all these different specific things put in order like that, bro. It don't make sense.
No. So why not just stay where we was at? You just moved us all around the board. Let's
I just moved you into order.
No, you didn't. You went from the Big Bang to evolution. What the hell? They don't even go together.
Let's keep it orderly.
No. Okay, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just trying to. My overreaching point was you should understand nuclear synthesis and you know what I'm saying. That's the creation of elements and red shift. There's a few more, and the cosmic, the CMB. They are three essential things. Let me finish. That's the three essential things for understanding this conversation. That's all I was saying. And we could have
but you saying
every conversation.
you saying the creation of atoms. Is that what you said?
Of elements.
Of elements.
It's
Okay.
called nuclear synthesis. How does elements form?
Nucleosynthesis.
How do
I
they
know
form?
what you're talking about. Nucleosynthesis. You should look it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's all I was saying.
so,
I'm not
I
trying
got
to
you.
say whether you, and it's not in conflict with your belief though. That's another
No,
point.
yes it is. Yes it is.
No, listen,
It's in
listen to me.
it's in
Listen,
conflict with
listen.
my belief.
No, listen.
Yes, it is.
Listen. It's
Go ahead.
actually not. Do you know why it's not in conflict with your belief? Because it wasn't understood at 900 BCE or 800 BCE, bro. So why would I put that on the people that wrote the text? That's ridiculous. That doesn't even make no sense.
So what
Why
I'm
would I
saying
be
is,
mad at them? You get it. Think about it. Why would I be mad?
Okay.
Humans wasn't even there. Like, that's like me getting mad at the ancient Hebrews for not being able to build a plane, yo. You be like,
But
nigga, they
can
ain't
I
had
ask
no
you a
planes
question?
back then. Do you get
Brother
that though? Do
Yeah,
you get my point I'm making?
I got what you're saying. Can I ask you a question?
Is it a fair point though?
Let me ask this question first. I'll answer that after I ask you this question because it might clear something up for me.
Okay.
So when you say that I'm moving from the Big Bang to evolution, right?
Yeah, two separate things.
Okay. So okay, they cannot be two separate things because this is where you say life form started.
Well, I'm just saying our
wrong.
basic knowledge.
Okay,
I'm
so
just saying
then
we haven't been able to. Yeah, well, I mean, we understand biology. We connected all biology together, yo.
Tell me, what is the big? Then explain the
And
Big
we
Bang.
understand this, and we understand this connection. I'm just saying it's two separate theories, though.
Okay, can you explain? Can you explain the Big Bang theory for us then?
And it's a new idea. Listen to what I'm saying. It's the Big Bang is actually a new idea to humanity, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Man, the Big Bang theory is not new information.
The Bible is. It is. And it started. Guess where it started at? It started with the early people who was putting together cosmology. Yo, you read the Bible, right?
Right.
You and a lot of cosmology stories start with water, yo. So humans was trying to figure it out, yo. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Said a lot of cosmology stories. What now?
I say cosmology stories around the world. Most of them use water to start off things. That's a good thing, ain't it? That early humans was trying to figure out their world and where they was at. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying they always wrong. That's all.
Nah, I mean, I'm not hearing anybody explain. I heard two or maybe three different people use the Big Bang theory, but nobody's explained the Big Bang.
I know, but you're not gonna understand it because it's some three. It's
No,
three points.
no. You can't tell me what I understand.
No, I'm saying if I keep saying that Moses came from Baltimore, Maryland, yo, I would have to at least understand that he don't for me to understand the story. Would you not agree? To get a firm grasp of Moses and the environment he fit in, I would have to understand chronology, right? I would have to understand who the hell Moses was. I say, no, Moses was a Muslim. You be like, what? I say, no, he a Persian. He was born. You be like, come on, yo, you got to at least get that straight. So I'm trying to tell you, look up and figure out what quote unquote nuclear synthesis is.
Is this your way of not explaining what the Big Bang theory is?
Not. You're going to fight me for the rest of the program.
Man, this shit's stupid.
I'm not going to fight you at all. I'm not going to fight you at all.
Let me start with the CMB first of all. That's the cosmic background radiation. When you turn off your TV, you how old are you?
I'm 53.
So you grew up. You had to turn the daggone TV channels, right? And after a certain time, TV would go off. You see that static? They get on the screen, the program will go off, right? That's actually a remnant of the Big Bang, bro. Go figure that, right? And it's all around us, and they can measure it. That's why they know approximate that the universe is 13.5 billion years, based off of measuring it in Kelvin, meaning there's a temperature there. If anything that expands, you know, the cool point is going to be the first point that expands out. The warmer points are going to be the points that's closer to the area of expansion. I know you get that. It's like a baseball player.
What I do get is
what it, right? So
no,
listen,
what I
it's like having 3 baseballs in your hand, right? And you throw one behind the other, right? The one that you first release is going to slow down. The one that you just thrown is going to have the most speed. Let's say that was temperature. So the one that you first threw has enough time to cool down, and the one that's leaving your hand is hotter. And so they measure that in all directions to get you the approximate date of when this expansion occurred. And it's radiation. They use satellite systems. And you can see it yourself, right? By that static that's in your TV. That's called the cosmic background radiation. And to get a better explanation of that, tune into the daggone show. We do a whole show and we take our time, right? It's not a disrespect of anybody's beliefs. It's just what scientists understand today about the place we live in, bro.
Okay, I'll definitely do that.
Nuclear synthesis, right? How do the first elements that are produced in suns?
Hold up, but all of these things have to come from somewhere. You got that's what I'm saying.
That's fine. Listen, so then
the universe.
You say, listen, so then you say it comes from whatever thing you believe in. That's fine. I ain't tripping.
Right, I got you.
You're Hebrew, so you think God did it. That you think Yahweh did it. Right. I ain't gonna fight you on that.
6,000 years ago in the middle of the desert, though. For real,
he gonna fight you. I'm letting him fight you.
What you say? What you say, bro? What you say about the desert?
6,000 years ago, in the middle of the Levant, in the steppes of in the mountains of Sair, in the steppes of Timon. This is where the world was created. 6,000 years ago. Quit playing with me, bro. So you mean to tell me I just gotta forget about the Egyptian creation stories? I gotta forget about hold on, bro. I ain't through. I ain't through. I'm gonna add a few more. I gotta forget about Olu Damare, Unkulu Kulu. I gotta forget about the turtle, the Native American turtle god who created the world. I gotta forget about all those just except Yahweh from 6,000 years ago. What about Zeus?
You can accept all them guys if you want to. Nobody stopping you.
Oh, so now it's just pick and choose gods.
No, yeah, that's what this is. You picked and chose. You picked and chose evolution.
No, I didn't. I accepted the fact of evolution once I understood what it is. No. Once I understood that I had 46 chromosomes and everything on this planet has DNA and the 4 basic building blocks of life: lipids, amino acids, carbon, and proteins, I couldn't get around it. There's no way for me to accept evolution.
Where did it come from?
The stars.
Yeah, I was going to explain to you about the first generation of stars. So they create the first generation of stars created hydrogen and helium, and a little bit of lithium.
Now stars are the creator. So that's what I'm saying.
Those stars are the creator of.
In order to explain away, that's what I'm saying.
Stars. Listen, stars are the creator. Stars create elements, yo.
Go ahead.
And the first elements that were created was hydrogen and helium and a little bit of lithium. If you look on the element chart, there's actually a chronology there where you can tell what each one of them came into being. You get it?
No.
So it's just science, though, bro. And science doesn't have. Let's get this straight. Only religion has all the answers. What you believe in has all the answers. I'm telling you, science does not have all the answers.
At this point, when you just said right, you just punched yourself in the face. Because you can't be wrong. No, you can't be wrong. You just told us that you can't be wrong. No matter how wrong you are. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go. No. When you said right, when Aunt just said that you have the religion that tells you you're right, and you said right, that you have all the answers, and you said right. That's you just said right after Aunt said what he said about you have a religion that tells you that you know everything. You said right.
Well, yeah, I got you.
At this point, you're telling us that you can't learn, you don't want to learn, and that you can't be wrong. So why are you having this conversation? Why are you having this conversation? Why the Bible it was written for Iron Age and Bronze Age people.
I learned from the Bible, bro.
You're not in the Levant. You're not going through what they were going through in 70 AD.
You ain't in Africa, nigga.
Nah, I'm in America. and I'm living
Exactly.
an American, and I'm living an American existence. I'm not trying to place myself in a time frame that has nothing to do with me.
God gets right.
Bro, can I finish my statement? Because you're taking me on all these tangents.
Go ahead, bro.
And all I was trying to do was tell you that at this point, there's no point in having this conversation. Once you said right, there's no way you're going to move. So anything that Mark has said, I've said, Garfield said, Cedric said, is not going to move you because you already have all the answers.
No, that's not true, bro. That's not true. That's not what that means.
You just said right.
All right, then you just said you was gonna make your point. Now I'm telling you that you are that's kind of misleading the way I said that, right? So what I'm saying is that if I'm looking for some answers, that's what I'm going to use as my source to begin with. All right. Now, I don't deny science at all. Right. I believe science is all through the Bible. You see what I'm saying? It's just what you look. It just depends on what you're looking for. What I don't get is how people automatically assume that, they study science and they study these little things and feel like other people don't study science. Okay, of course I don't know all of science. I don't think none of us do. But you can ask me questions about certain things and I may not know the answer, just like I can ask you the same thing as in regard to science. Because it sounds like Aunt hasn't really got a full grasp on the laws of thermodynamics. Let's start there. Because if the earth was infinitely old, like he said, 13 million years ago, that works against thermodynamics.
What? First off, the Earth ain't 13.
Don't worry about it.
First off, the Earth ain't 13.5 billion years old. The universe is. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. 4.6 billion years old. No, 13.5.
Hold on. Time out. And this is for the audience. Those are approximates. Ain't nobody talking no
approximates, right?
Because we wasn't there. So it's approximately.
Right. No, what I meant by 13, whether it be 13 billion or 4 billion or 1 billion or a million, it still goes against the laws of thermodynamics.
Elaborate on that.
Well, because if the earth was infinitely old like that, then all energy, all temperature goes from what? High pressure to low pressure. Does anybody know what that means? Nah, you don't. So temperature goes from high pressure to low pressure, meaning that everything is trying to balance. Temperatures are trying to balance. So as the earth gets older, it gets more balanced with the ambient temperatures. So if the earth was 13 billion years old, because what you got to understand is that pressure difference is what sustains life. If we don't have any pressure,
how you know, yo? The earth not 13 billion years old, yo.
Huh?
I just told him the earth is not 13 billion years old. Why do we keep saying this?
You yelling, yo. No, listen. I would like to offer this to you. Since you don't actually deal with, you don't trust what the scientific information is. So why are you continually trying to use it? It doesn't make sense.
I'm talking about science right now.
No, you're not.
Thermodynamics is science. What are you talking about?
No. We're not yelling at each other. I'm trying to tell you, messing it up, man. That's why I don't use the Bible to validate nothing I do, because I don't got it.
Thermodynamics has absolutely zero to do with the Bible.
The laws of thermodynamics, right? They ain't got nothing to do with what you saying.
Hold on, wait a minute. This is how I know.
Why you use it though? But why would you use it though? I'm curious. You don't think that's legitimate, do you?
You not let me finish, bro.
No, I was saying, do you think that to be legitimate though? Is what I'm asking you. Are you using something that you agree with?
The fact that you don't understand what I'm saying proves my point.
No, I'm saying I don't have to understand everything in science. I'm not a professor nor an expert.
Okay,
I never claimed to be, bro. I'm a science advocate. But you're anti-science. So I'm saying is, why bring up the laws of thermodynamics and you don't think they're legitimate because they all come out of the Big Bang. You don't
Hold
agree
on,
with
wait a minute. Wait a minute, bro. I literally just
fundamental
said before I
forces.
started talking. I literally just said before I started talking that
All right, I
I
got that.
believe in science.
Okay, that's the
I
problem
literally
then.
just said that.
That's the
What are
problem
you
then.
What are you talking about? How's that a problem?
Because it's not a belief system, yo.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Religion
Oh,
is a
well,
belief
no,
system.
I agree.
They're two
You're
separate
right.
things
You're
created
right.
by
You're
humans.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's an
you're right.
approximate
Science
system.
does not.
Science is an
Science does
approximate.
not acquire any belief.
Yeah, it's an
You're right.
approximate
You're
system.
right. Hold on. Yo, no, yes, it does. If
Subject
you
to be
believe
wrong
in
as hell. Look, subject to
No,
be
it
wrong as hell,
doesn't.
yo.
You can be wrong in science every day. Science is wrong every day.
Man, turn your mic
Yeah,
down,
I got
man.
you. I got you. So what I'm saying is, right, when we talk about true science, then we can
Don't put that word
penetrate.
on there. No, we can be
True
listen.
science.
No,
Yeah, no,
come on, yo. Let me
what I
say
mean by
this. I want
the
to let you know something right now as we go forward.
Go ahead.
That science can be absolutely wrong about things, yo. The Bible can't be wrong. But the Bible can't be wrong. That's the fundamental difference between science and religion. Did God create the heavens and the earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, you can't be wrong about that.
Wrong.
Ask about can the Big Bang be wrong?
Yeah. Can you repeat the Big Bang? Can it be repeated?
There's a possibility that there's certain aspects of the Big Bang that could be wrong based off more available data.
No,
I
I asked you a question. Can you repeat the Big Bang theory? Because is it a repeatable process?
No, I cannot. Yeah. Can you repeat? You mean like in the lab, right?
No, I mean, is it repeatable? Has it been repeatable? Can you
Yeah,
observe?
look out. Yeah, it's repeating outside. Yes, you can observe it
How?
outside. Yes, it's called the Hubble. It's called the Hubble telescope. It's called redshift, bro. Yes, you can look at it and see this process going on right now. It's not.
They
That's
didn't
why I
need no
say turn
Hubble
on your TV. Listen, turn on your TV. The radiation is there. It's called the afterglow. You know what an afterglow means? Something that happens, something that's left over after an event occurred, yo. It's there. That's all I'm saying, bro. Now, unless you got another explanation of why you surround it with the afterglow. That's all I'm saying, bro.
You call it the afterglow. We call it static.
It's not me. I didn't make it up.
At this point, I recognize that. At this point, I recognize that we're talking to a person that'll sit here and tell us that a woman came from a man's rib with a straight face.
Yeah, but that's his belief, though, yo.
But we also sit here listening to a person that'll tell us.
You got a straight face when you say that? You got a straight face when you say that?
Can you tell
Say
us
it
where a
twice.
woman actually came? Tell us where a woman came from with a straight face.
I don't know. I don't know where life came from. I'm not.
Exactly.
I don't say I know.
Exactly. And so if you don't know, then you don't know if she came from a rib or not. So you're saying that with a straight face. How can you say that's just like somebody say, hey, listen,
So
that's just like wait a minute. That's just like somebody show up and say, hey, somebody came through here shooting. What color car was it? I don't know what color car. I just know it wasn't blue. Do that make any sense? You just said you don't know what color car it was, but you know it wasn't blue. Them two things don't go together. This is what y'all don't understand when y'all say this stupid shit.
You're right. So my question to you is, why does a woman have an umbilical have a belly button? Then what would be reading? What's the reason for a belly button? Do you know?
Well,
to attach the baby to.
No, I'm asking him. I'm asking him.
Well, I mean, obviously that's what it's attached to the umbilical cord.
For what reason? For what reason?
Well, the umbilical cord is to transfer information or sustenance to the child or the infant.
So then why? So what's the need for coming out of a rib then, yo, and still having have a belly button?
Punch yourself in the face.
You saying the woman don't need a? You saying the woman don't need one?
Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm saying why would a woman have a belly button coming out the rib? She would need that.
Hold up, wait a minute. How is she gonna sustain a pregnancy without
from ribs?
Okay,
because we come from a man's rib.
So then you are admitting that it's called sustaining a pregnancy. So somebody had to be pregnant for a woman to come about, bro. That's
they had to. What I'm saying. I got you. I agree. Hold up, I agree. Hold up, wait a minute. Well, I got you, but listen, this is what I'm saying.
So leave that alone. Wait, just go back to before then. Say God did that. Say God created evolution. Say God works through evolution. Say that then.
No, God did. No, that's not what happened. Said God created.
We understand how life on Earth is interconnected.
Just
We
said
have a
you
scientific.
don't know. You
No,
just
I
said
said
you didn't know.
I didn't say that. I said we
You
don't know where
did
life.
say.
I did not. You're yelling. I said we do not know where life came from.
Okay, that's the same thing as you don't know
It
how
is
they
not.
got here.
It is not. We understand life
And
once
how
it
did
gets
they
to
get here?
Earth. It's
And
called.
how did they
Listen,
get here?
you back to the how again. I said we don't know how. I said, but we do understand life after
Oh,
it gets
I
to Earth.
know how.
No, let
I
me
know
finish.
how.
No, I'm gonna let you explain how. We're gonna see if it match up. I'm saying
You don't know how.
we have a comprehensive scientific theory. That's a scientific theory and a fact, and it's incontrovertible that life on Earth is connected. There's no debating that, bro. That's over with. So we understand that.
Connected?
Now you
Did you say
tell
connected?
me. Now you tell
Hold on. Did
me
you say
where
connected?
life
Did
came
you say
from.
connected? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say connected?
Yes, all life is connected. The same
I agree. I agree.
same atoms is forged in you. Is in we sharing the same thing, forged in sun. So go ahead. Now you explain to me where life comes from. I'm listening.
Just read the Bible in Genesis. It's there.
Why can't I read a Turtle Island story? Why that? Why I gotta pick that one?
You can. You don't. I never said you had to.
Okay,
What
so
I'm saying
all
is
of them. Can you agree that all of them are valid?
Or what? That's. I'm sorry.
Can you agree that all the creation stories ever created by human beings, right? And I won't give you a time period. In the age of BC time is all valid. Can we agree to that?
No.
Okay.
There's only one valid source. Is the Bible.
So now you see the war. So now you get the war now. So now you get it though. So wait. So now you get it though. Now you understand my paradox I just put you in.
And mine too, because you're an atheist against all the other religions.
Yeah. You just one God away from being ago.
You fake.
Absolutely.
You fake. You
You
$3
one
bill
God
fake. You one God away. You
one God. One more step. We get you
all
there.
the other gods.
Who believes in all?
You don't believe in Allah. You don't believe in Zeus. You don't believe in Thor. You don't believe in Enki. You don't believe in Enlil. You don't believe in the turtle god. You don't believe in Darius Pater. You don't believe in none of it. You don't believe. You're atheist to all them other gods.
Yeah.
Not the narrow one of them.
You're atheist to all them other gods. And
You
that's
say
the
not
problem.
Ain't none of them told me. Ain't none of them told me.
And what's crazy is man thought of all those gods. Man thought of all those gods, just like man thought of your God, who's part of a pantheon of gods. Did you know your God did not become the king of his pantheon until he fired all the other gods? Did you know that?
Okay, man.
That's your hermeneutics you run with.
No, it's in Psalms.
No,
it's in Psalms where God demoted the other gods. Where Yahweh demoted the other gods and took control of the pantheon. Because it was a pantheon. It was him, it was El, it was Asherah, it was Baal, and Yahweh was on the bottom. Yahweh was on the bottom. El was the king of this pantheon. Garfield didn't already study this. Garfield didn't already study this. I know you mad.
Leave Jesus alone. That's all I'm saying. Leave Jesus out of this one.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's happening, Garfield?
What up, Fontaine?
What's up,
what up,
What's up, Garfield? Man, what's going on, Saber? I just want to salute my master teachers, Garfield and man, so I don't be caught in these paradigms like these guys, man.
Yo, you joking, man? Nigga, master teacher, boy.
You know what'd be funny to me though? Like they hold science to such a standard. Like he was like, well, how do you know how life got here? How does evolution? What evidence is there of evolution? Yada yada yada. Then when you say, okay, well, how did God do it? Well, God did it. Like we don't know how he did it. We don't know what tools he used, what process he went. I just started talking, bro. I ain't cutting into nobody. So like we don't gotta know. We don't got to know what powers God possess or none of that, or how he possesses these magic powers. None of that information is important. Just know God did it. That's the answer. But science got to tell you how they tested it. Were they able to recreate the test? Were they able to do it several times over? All these types of things. You need all the evidence in the world for science. But belief, that's why we say we don't believe in science. There's evidence of it. Belief, you don't need any of that. You just need faith. You just need to say, I think it's true. All right, you can go ahead.
I got still that. Yo, that's a great point. That was the greatest point I've ever heard, yo.
One of the differences of when we this is Garfield talking, by the way. One of the differences that we have, and when we look at these, I'm evaluating people lately, is respecting each other's worldview. And I think this is what Uncle was talking about earlier. Let him live. You know, they believe that, let him live. The issue is, if for anyone to have a conversation Israel bound, if you say your Bible is 100% correct, the conversation like Ujao used to have this video where he said the shortest debate ever in history. So your belief is 100% correct, or we don't need to talk about nothing else no more. So when we say this is wrong and that's wrong, because we feel, we take a picture. Me, Unc, Sabio, Fontaine, Israel bound is on the stage right now. And if we all was meeting up in Georgia and we was having a conversation and we did a video, we would go back to that videotape and say, yo, let me see if I was saying this correctly. We want to see how we did in the video, or we want to see how the pictures came out. It's the same thing with the Bible. Without the white man, as sad as it is, the same Edomite, Esau, whatever, none of us would be having a conversation without this Bible. He's the reason why we know the Bible, but he's the enemy of us. But yet still, he gave us this religion, and that's the worldview that we adopted. So we want to see ourselves in the same book that we grew up in. We have to see ourselves in it. So we're begging the case, yo, we have to be the Israelite. We have to be this. We don't even need no evidence. We believe it because we've gone through. And I think I am very receptive. I've changed. If you listen to me on Clubhouse now, I'm a totally different guy. I'm not forcing you to believe what I believe or even stand on my stance. I'm going to meet you at your worldview, and this is what you believe. All right, let's rock. You good. We ain't got to, let's cut the conversation short. Because if you're saying your belief is outright right, then it don't make no sense. You're right, bro. You want the conversation. I'm good. We don't even need to have it.
And that's why I said when he said what he said about being right, about once he said that his book is the final call, then there's no point in going forward. No point in trying to teach him about evolution, the Big Bang Theory, none of that. Why?
Ong said it best though. Ong said it best though. You see, we could avoid this back and forth and people trying to be disrespectful early and all that stuff. We could avoid it. Let's put the Ujao video up. You think your belief is 100% correct? Boom, that's it. Yep. That's it. There's no need to have a conversation. We stress now, getting gray hairs and all type of shit. Nah, we good. If you want to have a conversation about certain topics, that's it. That's it.
So I told him, I said, religion is right. It's not. It couldn't possibly be wrong. I said, science has a lot of possibility to be wrong all the time. Yep. New information can come.
Uncle, I remember you said science actually tries to be wrong.
Yep, you try to disprove itself all the time.
Yeah, it does.
Yep, that's the fundamental difference. So you can't say that Jesus Christ didn't die on the cross, yo. Right? You couldn't say that we found the body and we recognized through DNA that that's the Jesus Christ. And he didn't die on the cross. He actually died. He got ran over by a Roman chariot. We know this because his chest is caved in. The whole religion would fall. So there's no possibility for even getting further understanding on it.
Well, one believes what one believes.
You didn't get no argument on me. You right, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. One believe. There you go. I just say don't try to expound upon scientific ideas until you at least understand it. You it might make sense to you. And that shit weaken your religion. It's just strengthening.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me say that I actually believe in science. There's nothing wrong with science. Like, I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't believe in science.
It's not a belief.
It's not a belief. That's why I know you don't accept science.
Time out 1 second. This brother right here, you come in my chat every week. I love the support. And I want to say to you, you have Unc on the channel, you have Fontaine, you got Sabio, you got Israel Bound and myself. As you see how I treat Israel Bound, I let him talk. He could interrupt when he want. That's my brother. Come on the panel and prove. You see, this is that Ali Muhammad stuff. Evolution is a race theory because we're the last people invented.
Yes.
The white man is more powerful than us. This is misinformation at its finest.
Yeah,
and you know what? A lot of people believe this.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother King Katura Come on, bless me with your presence in the name in the name of the Most High. Come on, in Jesus' name. Come on.
You know what? You know what I think the issue is with people with evolution is they only focus on human evolution. And when you brought up that idea of vestiges, this was a while back when you brought that up. That made me look at other animals. And then when you start to look at other animals and viruses and all this other stuff, you see that evolution is the same for everybody. But we just focus on human evolution and be like, nah, that can't be real. It's like, nah, come on, man. You got to do better. It's too much proof that evolution happens.
Right.
Somebody like, I'm sorry, Israel Bond. Go ahead, brother.
You go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, King Keturah, I bet you if I ask you if all humans are pretty much 99.6 or 99% the same, you'd say no. Because most of us who have that argument believe that the white man comes from rhesus monkeys. That's what they believe. So this is the problem, the misinformation. This is why community of skeptics is important. This is why pseudo killers is important. This is why Brother Garfield podcast is important. We can have this conversation without emotions. You know what I'm saying? We can't have it without emotions because you guys believe that Esau and Jacob are twins that come out of the same mother's womb, same mother, same father, but it's two different nations, and you take that 100% serious. You take that story 100% serious. How could somebody have the same mother and father, but they're not related?
Okay. No, it didn't say that. It never said that it called them brothers. So it never said they were not related. In fact, if you go to Deuteronomy, I can't call the specific verse, but you can Google it right now. You know what I'm saying? But it says that do not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. So that's false information.
Do you think the white man is the devil, Israel Bound? I'm sorry for cutting you off. Do you think the white man is the devil?
I think that the devil, what people call the devil, is it has the capability of being within every man.
Good answer.
Every single one. I don't think a man has. I don't think a white man or an Israelite man has the capability to say that I am free from potentially being a devil. Right, because a devil is you can call a devil somebody that does any type of act against humanity or against his brother or against, you know what I'm saying, nature even.
So my thing about the people
I'm sorry. Let me.
No, you good, bro. I thought you finished. You good, bro?
I was really. I cut you off, but my bad. Bobby, real quick, and just to end that off. Has the white man behaved like the devil that the Bible speaks of? Absolutely. But there's other nations that have as well. So I don't hold to all of those views in the same way, but you know what I'm saying? According to how the Bible dictates, that's what I believe. And to really finish it off real quick, for real, when it says that if you believe in, if you have faith in a God, if you have faith in a God, and He tells you 2 nations will be born from this woman, then that's what you believe. This is 2 different nations of people, and we don't see anywhere in the history of the Bible where Esau and the nation of Jacob was dwelling together. So they were 2 different nations according to the text.
Question though, I have a great question for you. So according to the biblical story, if I am to agree with you, the white man is the devil. Am I correct in that, right? If I'm going to agree with the biblical text based off what you're saying, we can safely say that the white man is the devil, right? And so what is the nature of the devil? Can I ask you
that? Deception.
Deception. What else?
That's the root.
Can I ask a question?
Don't jump in. Do not jump on this. I'm walking him into the cage. Don't jump in. Don't jump in.
Deception
we agree. Deception, dishonor, lying, cheating, do anything he can to fake you out. Am I correct? Anything.
In a
Lie
nutshell.
on the very God that created him, right?
Right.
So what time period did the Esau story occur?
Dang, brother.
Okay, approximate in BC times, right? That would be BC
Yeah,
times.
it would have been around. I'm trying to pinpoint it. I would say probably like around maybe 1100, somewhere around in there, maybe.
Okay. All right, I'm fine with that. I wasn't trying to get you precisely. So then the Bible that we read today, it's not the exact same text that was created back then. We can agree to that, right? It had to come together, right?
So the oldest scripts of the Bible that we have, oldest scripts of the Bible that we have is from the Qumran caves.
Yeah, but that's not actually. Yeah, that they don't actually equate that with the biblical traditions. All of
Yes,
different.
No, listen to me. Yes, they do. Because when you look at and what the findings of
okay, that's fine. You can have that. I don't want to argue that. Fine. So my point is, what you're reading though, definitely came through the hands of the devil. Though we can say that when you get the verses and the chapters that you all talk about, yeah, it came through the hands of the devil. So then why would you trust that? The printing press, Gutenberg is a white man, right? Gutenberg Bible, right? It's the first time that the biblical text was put into a quote unquote printing press type set, right? Printed, mass produced, bro. So
which one?
Gutenberg Bible. That's the first one that was actually mass produced like that. I'm trying to make a point here.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to make a point. So you told me that the white man was the devil, but yet you trust the biblical text that clearly the one that we read, African Americans, came to the hands of white people. So how can you trust it? That's all I was saying, brother. Go ahead. You can go ahead and finish talking to him.
You ain't gonna you don't let me. You don't want me to
go
respond?
ahead. I just wanted to tap out that point. I just wanted to.
Yeah, after you respond, I wanted to ask you something. After you go ahead and respond.
Okay, so how I would respond to that is, A, it's a fair question. B, I would say that show the deception would have to be anti what God wanted me to see. As say, for instance, as far as homosexuality, let's just say the Bible speaks against that. The devil would have me say, no, this is fine, right? Or you know,
so God is concerned about whether two men or two women have sex.
Man, yes,
you gotta answer that question. You gotta answer that question. Man.
What you say, you Garfield? You didn't know that?
Wow.
Hold up. Wait, so
let me ask. No. I'm just saying that's kind of trivial. I didn't know the God Almighty.
Why would homosexuality be trivial, brother?
It's not because it's not a big issue, bro. It's just that religion makes it a big issue. You must don't have it, but it's not a big issue to me. I don't care about it.
Okay, you must don't have it.
That's
you must don't have no.
You gotta answer that question though. You got
okay, bro.
I got a son, and it ain't no issue to me.
The devil printed the Bible, and we supposed to trust the Bible based off of what you told. I'm just using your line.
Y'all being disingenuous.
How? The devil made the Bible. I didn't do that. You did that.
No, hold on. Let me say this. All right,
go ahead, bro. Just say you don't
First
know.
of all, because y'all not letting me address anything. Y'all bombarding me, and I can't address nothing.
It was me and you talking. They dove in messing with you.
I got you. I apologize if it don't fit, but I can't really see that good, so I don't really know who's talking to.
Okay.
So except Garfield.
We know why. Here's the Canadian voice.
But no, Garfield, I know I heard you say you had a son.
I have two sons.
You do not. Okay, I'm not even speaking that in the direction. Let's just put some dummies up here. Let's put some other sons up here. A man that got two sons, not Garfield, not none of these brothers on the panel. Let's just say some man has sons. I would say that any man has sons, want that son to take after what he believes in. And that's not to go lay down with no other man.
I really don't care what my son do. That's
Man,
his choice.
That's ungodly, brother.
How?
That'd be my opinion, bro.
Based on whose standards,
I
though?
want that, but at the end of the day, children gonna make their own choices, bro. I'm gonna love them just the same.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But you are
you too, bro.
Nah. He the type that'll sacrifice his child. Let me ask you this
ain't gonna
question.
stone your kid. You ain't gonna do that.
Right. All right. Let me ask you this question because you said something earlier.
No, you can't let them get off the question about the devil. Just answer that. Just say, I don't know how the devil
was able
to make such a great doctor.
I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
I
you
did.
said so.
Hold on. Time out. Libertarian Prince, you come in my chat every now and then, and you make your noise and do what you do. I would like to ask you, sir, if you'd like to come on stage. We had the Bible, all those translations to West Africa. Please, I would love for you to come on stage, sir. I'll give you 2 minutes for you to say your piece.
Give him 5 minutes to explain that, yo.
10 minutes. I would love for you to be something new.
Okay.
That's all I would say. But
Okay.
go ahead,
To answer your question.
Fontaine, that's right. Anybody say anything in America, I'll tell you that.
The reason why I brought up the Qumran scrolls is because, like, for instance, the book of Deuteronomy, like they find, like, I think I want to say like 71 copies of it, 71 scrolls of this same. So when we can, so if we read, just say what we read in that book in English today, we can take that English that we read and say, okay, where can we go to trace this back? Okay, the next thing that we can trace that back to is the Masoretic text, which is what these Bibles today is based on. So what does the Masoretic text say? Okay, it matches up with the King James Version pretty much, but what the King James
the devil, though. We're talking about the devil having control.
I understand, bro, but listen to me.
So you agree the devil has the control to put it together. He chose whether to do it right or not.
But you asked me a question.
Can we at least agree with that, though?
Yeah, I agree. He had control of the print of it going out, but he did not
and
change
the translations. They white boys.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yes,
no, that's what I'm
English. You're reading in English. Are you no in English?
This is exactly
in
what I'm
English.
trying to.
This is English, exactly, bro. You read English.
Listen,
you're reading
this is exactly
English, the devil's language.
You see what I'm saying? Yes, you are, because I'm literally explaining that. I'm literally explaining that right now, and since you do not want to listen, you're not listening. No, you're not, because that's exactly what I'm explaining.
You're explaining all the devils that had their hands in the translation.
No, I'm gonna say it again.
Where's Reggie? Behold!
Behold!
Hold on.
Behold! The devil is translating the Bible. Boy,
you see that video where Reggie said behold and he pointed out. Hold on, Israel Bound. Hold on, Israel Bound. On a serious note, have you studied the formation of the King James Bible? Or the book called God's Secretaries?
I'm literally trying to explain this.
Go ahead.
I started with the King James Version of the Bible that y'all asking me about.
No, go back forward. You're still finding white people. Keep going. The Greeks are white people last time I checked.
God, bro.
Are the Greeks white people, yo? Is the New Testament written in Gohan Greek?
Man, listen. There were Israelites that was Greeks because that's just like we called Americans, but we're really not.
I agree with they, but they're reading the devil's language. They're using the devil's language. That's all I'm saying, bro.
We speaking the devil's language.
I agree. Okay, that's why I can't trust them. You saying you trust them, I say. At least be honest with
you. Oh my God. See, this is why.
All right, go ahead. I'm playing with you. Go ahead, man. I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
I cannot. I'm trying to explain to you.
I know. Go ahead, bro.
So reading the King James Version of the Bible, which is in English, which ultimately going back to the Masoretic text which is the oldest source that they use to translate the Bible. Okay, hold up. Okay, but what I'm saying though, it doesn't matter who translated, or the text still the same. And they are.
It matter because we can't trust them. The trick is so good, we can't see it. That's how good the trick is. That's how good the devil is.
You're being unreasonable, bro.
Nah,
so what I'm saying,
unreasonable by trusting the devil. It's not me. I don't even believe in the devil. You do.
No, what I'm saying is that I can go and I can pick a particular. Let's say we just pick Psalms 22 or whatever, 13. We take that out. We read it in English. It says what it says. We take that back to the Masoretic text, which is an older version, a much older version, back to the 3rd century, right? And we match that up to that, okay? And they match, okay? So then we say the Qumran tablets, we take that same phrase, or the Qumran scrolls, we take that same scripture and go back into those scrolls, which go back the oldest scroll. These are oldest.
Nobody says that, bro. But you made that up. Garfield, can you please check that? You made that up. The
I
Bible
got to.
coming
I
out of
can
the
see
Quranic mountains. You made it up. That's a whole different religious sect. You
No,
made that up.
I did not
Yeah,
make it
Garfield,
up.
can we wait in on this, please? Can you let this man know that the Quran is a whole different sect? They not making a Bible. Can you tell him that, please? Can somebody
Listen,
help
bro.
you running that?
The book of they found all the books of the Bible in the
Made that up.
did not.
Made that.
You
They
made that
found
one up.
all the books.
You made
Stop
that up.
lying. Stop lying, bro.
I can.
I'm not gonna
if
call
give
you a
me your
liar. I'm just saying.
Did they find the book of Esther there?
Okay.
Nope.
Garfield.
Did they find the book of Esther? Hold on. Did they find the book of Yes or
Listen,
no? Did they find
listen, I was literally saying they found every book in the Bible except the book of Esther.
That's crazy.
That's crap.
That's the only book that they didn't. This how I know you didn't study you have not studied these
I
things.
agree, but I don't believe that.
Second Esdras? Did they find second Esdras?
No. They found all the books of the Bible except for the book of Esther.
Did they find second Esdras?
You said what? And I'm sorry. Or second Ezra. That's true, Garfield. That's true.
What
or
about
second Ezra? But
How
hold
about
up,
the book of
listen.
Genesis? How about
Hold
the
on, no,
God of
all
Eden?
of
Come
those
on,
found.
yo.
Those two books are the only one. I forgot about second Ezra's. And the
Are you
thing of those
serious?
was
I
no,
didn't know
the
that.
thing.
You educate me
No,
right
no,
now.
that's
I didn't
true.
know that.
That's true.
I'm gonna look
The
it up.
thing
I
about
don't
that,
trust
and the thing and the reason why they believe that they didn't include include those writings is because neither one of those tablets or in the book of Esther doesn't mention the word of God, the name God at all. It doesn't have God in the book at all. And
Sounds
then
alike.
Freestyle is amazing.
Huh? You said what?
The freestyling is amazing.
No,
Yeah, you
all facts.
freestyle Sunday, yo.
You can check the facts, bro. The name.
Yeah, we're gonna check the
name
facts.
of the
Hold on.
Most
Your
High,
statement is that the Bible, all the books in the Bible, was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
except for second Esdras and Esther. Yes, every single one of them.
Garfield, can you verify that?
Yeah, pretty much they have documents from all the books except those two. And others, but I don't want to get into that right now.
But did the devil find it though? Was it the devil that found it? How you know the devil wasn't lying?
They found it in 1947. Yep.
Was it a white devil that found it? That's what I'm asking you right
Yes.
now. Was it the devil? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is it housing? Why not the devil change a couple words around, bro? What are you talking about?
By accident. Wait for him to come back. He got kicked out by accident. Wait for him to come back. Every scientist is a white. You know, it's funny. People don't know where the beliefs come from. He said the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text, come on, 11th century of the Common Era.
Man, the Masoretic text. For real, Garfield?
That's crazy.
Something new, yo. I'm getting. That's come on, yo. Really, yo. So that's recent though, Garfield.
What's that? 1947. Or the Masoretic text?
It's not all the books of the Bible are found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls discovered in the mid-19th century in Qumran caves near the Dead Sea include some of the oldest known manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible, as well as other texts related to the Jewish life and thought from the 2nd century temple period. Here's a summary of the books. Okay, a portion of the fragments of most of the books of the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, were discovered. Notably, exceptions. The book of Ezra, like you said, is missing entirely. Some scholars debate whether this is due to the preservation issues or because of the Essenes Jewish sect believed to have lived in Qumran may not have considered Esther. Man, it's canonical. Okay, most preserved books: Psalms, Deuteronomy, and Isaiah. Ah, man, come on, man. It's the Apocalypse and the pseudographic writings, the Book of Talmud, Jubilee, Enoch, 1 Enoch. They don't even use that. Man, let me just stop, man. Okay.
Right. Those are just
Catholic Bible.
Nah, we're not doing it.
All those books are in the
Nah, we're not
Catholic
doing it. Y'all
Bible.
not even using those books, the Book of Enoch. Where's that
No,
at in
we
the Bible?
don't.
Why not?
We don't.
Why
They're
not?
in the Catholic Bible. The Catholics use those. They use
Right,
Job, Enoch, all those. The Catholics use all those.
So why you ain't using them then? Because the Catholic Church is the devil, right? Come on, bro. It's just crazy. That's just trying to show you logic is wild.
Because the book of Enoch is not a book that they found a full ancient fragment
It's in the
of that book.
Cameron. If you saying they're using that, the New Testament.
No, but the books
New
of the
Testament
Bible.
writers in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So do you read the New Testament? Do you read the New Testament? Yes or no? Okay,
Absolutely.
they found none of that there. So now what? Just strictly the devil.
Okay, so but you gotta realize
What you mean?
that.
No, you hit me with one thing. Now let me hit you back.
Hold up. Listen, the New Testament would not have happened until after 32 AD.
That's not the issue. The issue is the devil being
don't
in
know what you're
control of the
talking
printing
about.
process. Yes.
You making these false claims.
I'm not. We talking about the devil.
Before the time of the New Testament.
Who organized the canon of the New Testament? Was
the
it
devil
or the devil?
Who organized? You said what?
Who compiled the New Testament together?
Yeah, he got you right there, bro.
I think it was it Nicaea? Did they do that at Nicaea?
Nope. I used to say that.
Okay, so who did it? I don't care who did it.
White people for sure.
Devil you're talking about?
Yeah.
Who? Okay, so what does that? So what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the writings? Though?
That's the point. That's the point.
That's what I'm saying. The point is. Hold up, Garfield. Have you ever wrote a book?
Yes, I have.
No, man, don't do that, bro.
Okay,
Don't do that.
Okay, all right.
Just say we got you right there. Like you got me with the Dead Sea Scrolls, you was right about some of that point. Hold on. I'm admitting that you was right about some of that point. Some of them have been found. Okay, so now you got to admit. No, you wasn't. It didn't say all of
that.
No, I'm not. I don't want to do that. What I'm saying is I'm admitting you was right. Now you have to admit that the whole New Testament is constructed by the devil. And they picked the books that wanted to be in there. How do you know the devil wasn't trying to trick you? That's my point.
Okay. So Garfield,
stay there. Let's just stay there, though, bro. Because they picked and choose what copies of the books to go in there.
Who picked the 4 Gospels? Who picked the 4 Gospels? Who did that?
Who what?
Who what? Yeah, you hear?
You better not say Matthew, Mark, and you better not say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Who? Hold up. Wait a minute. What? I didn't even hear the question, bro.
You know what the question is? The devil picked the canon, bro.
I don't play them games, bro.
I know the devil picked it. We just agreed that the devil at least picked the canon. Can we agree?
Never heard a question? Did you never hear a question that you had to have repeated before?
No, I'm asking you. I said the devil, based off your logic, created the canon, correct?
Let me ask the question so he can answer. Who put the New Testament together? Who picked the first 4 books of the New Testament?
That's what I'm saying. I said I said Nicaea. I asked if they did that at Nicaea, but he said no. I agree. And I don't have an argument with that because to me it does not
So
matter.
you agree what? That the canon was put together by just say, yeah, that's it, and I'm done.
Listen, when you say put together, and that's why I
chose what books will be canonical. Come on, bro. You know what it means.
I agree. I agree.
Oh, thank you. So how does that sound that the devil made the books official? See how wild that sounds at this point, based off your logic, yo. That's all I was trying to say, yo. That's all I was trying to say, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question because I've been waiting to ask.
Can you let him finish that though before you answer him a new question? I want him to just say, yeah, yo, the devil did that. And then he is going to say it because he's an honest guy, forged by God.
Listen, I do not argue about anybody who has evidence to show who put the Bible together.
Right.
It does not.
He could have left out essential books, though.
Huh?
I say, yo, it's books that didn't even make it, bro, based off the devil. He could be hiding God's truth.
I don't think that's possible. That would be giving him too much authority.
But you said the devil is white people.
But I also said that God is in control of everything.
So now God steps in and intervenes. So God, what you basically saying is, although the white man's the devil, God can stop the devil anytime he wants.
Yeah, or he wouldn't be God.
So then God the damn devil then.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, I would make such a statement, but if that's your understanding of him, then that's your understanding of him.
Do you get that though? If white man's the devil and God controls the white man, then God controls the devil, yo.
God controls all things.
Shout out to Cosmic. Shout out to Cosmic, by the way. Peace and love to Cosmic in the building. Shout out to my brothers in the building, man. Doing the damn thing.
All right, man.
Let me say this. The four gospels was known by Diatessaron before Irenaeus, by the way. But I just want to say, and by the way, who is Tatian? Is Tatian an African American? Is he African? Is he black? Is he whatever? Is he from Africa? Is he a dark-skinned man? Where's Tatian from? And what about Irenaeus? Where's Irenaeus from? What about Polycarp? Where's Polycarp from? Who are these men that shaping the narrative of which book should be in the Bible? I know if Cosmic come on, he would have broke that down for y'all so good. Who is the men that shaping the Bible that you use today? It's the same.
No, translators. How about the translators? They all white, authorized,
Okay,
bro.
This is what I'm saying. But what you know,
Canterbury.
Okay, I got you. What I'm saying is that
Thank you, bro.
what you're
Like
not,
you
what
read
you're
the
not,
Hebrew text, like you read the
the
Hebrew
problem with
language.
the problem with your argument is that you can. I'm trying to tell you. You done?
Yes.
So here we go. So these writings, these scrolls, these translations have been in place for hundreds of years now, right? Will we all agree?
Yes.
Okay. So when we can go back and look at the most ancient scrolls, and they match through the history, all the way through the Septuagint translations, all the way through all of these translations, everything still matches
that's not
up.
true though, bro. You made
Yeah,
that up.
okay, well, okay, all right, fair enough. Tell me tell me one thing that wasn't true in the Bible. Tell me one thing.
Find fully intact books in Qumran. First of all, yo, they found fragments.
I'm asking you a question. You made a statement.
That was the answer.
Hold up. What was your answer?
Because you can't. My answer is you can't do what you just said they did. It's obvious.
No, hold up. No, that's not. You listen. You said that the text don't match. Is basically what you're arguing. Because
I'm saying that they picked and chose it. The way it came together is a compilation of different things. They picked and choose. There was no chapters. There was no. They put chapters and verses. No, they put chapters and verses in there.
Okay. No, they
wasn't even in there, bro.
They chose to take the Apocrypha out.
No, not that. I'm saying prior to that, there was no chapters and verses. You do know this, right?
No, yeah, you're right. It's just like in Greek, just like
but who did that? The ancient Hebrews didn't have chapters and verses.
Listen. The only reason they did that is to make it easy.
Because it was the devil.
No, it was to make it easier.
The devil
for
got
people
chapters
to
and
read
verses like that, yo.
It doesn't change the writings, though.
But it does change the thought. It absolutely does. You had a chapter and a verse, yo.
This is a prime example, and everybody's watching you act like a child.
They added periods. They added periods.
You're acting like a straight up child right now. And if you don't see, you are. Yeah, everybody
said they added chapters and verses and page numbers.
Everybody sees you and listen to what you're saying.
So you frustrated now, yo? Wait, yo, okay. You frustrated now? So let's end the conversation, bro, because I don't want you to call me a child. I end the conversation. Yo. You think it's okay to put in? You think it's okay to put in chapters and verses and periods and all that, and then translate it while you're on the back?
I thought we was gonna end the conversation.
Mistakes and all that. Yes, we're gonna end.
I thought we was gonna end it.
All right,
I'm gonna let you off the hook. So we agree that the devil did make all that.
I appreciate you letting me off the hook.
All right, big bro.
All right, so let me ask you this question because you said something earlier and it kind of threw me off about the devil. So, did the devil? You said the devil is a liar, deceiver. You said the devil is a liar, deceiver.
Time out, Samuel. Just 1 second. I gotta respond to this guy because he's scared to come on stage with Garfield, and this is what happened with these guys, right? Now, let me say this to my brother carefully, libertarian. You know me over the years. You come on my channel. You know Garfield is a serious researcher. He's not a joke, right? Now, you said, does anybody have any proof that the Greeks did us a favor by writing? Nobody said the Greeks wrote the New Testament. Nobody said that. You're arguing with yourself. The second thing you said, There is no census. You mean there's no consensus of scholars that says second Esdras is fake? Prove it. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the scholarship and what the scholarship actually says. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica, and for anybody out there who wants to know what to look at, if you want to know what the consensus is, Encyclopedia Britannica normally tells you what it is. Look at what it says. The second book of Esdras, printed in the Vulgate and many later Roman Catholic Bibles as an appendix to the New Testament, the central portion of the work, chapters 3 to 14. Look at what it says, by the way. This is not Garfield. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica. Watch this. Consisting of 7 visions revealed to the seer, Salathiel Ezra. Remember what I said it's Salathiel that it says? Salathiel Ezra is not Ezra the scribe. So it's not even the guy who you think wrote it. Is actually, it says in 2nd Esdras who wrote it. It was written in Aramaic by an unknown Jew around 100 AD. In the mid-century, 2nd century, a Christian author added an introductory portion, chapters 1 and 2, to the Greek edition of the book, and a century later, another Christian writer appended chapters 15 to 16 to the same edition. All right, now watch this. Watch this. Look at what the Zondervan Bible says, because y'all love the Zondervan Bible. Look at what it says. This collection consists of a variety of books and additions to a canonical books with the exception of 2nd Esdras. Now, what is the date that they gave you? Around 90 AD. Were written during the what? Intertestamental period. What's the intertestamental period? Go look that up. We got to stop this. We got to stop this. This is the consensus. And if you want to go even further than that, look at this right here. The earliest Old Testament list that they have don't even have 2nd Esdras in it. And this was 170 AD. It's nowhere to be found. Only our people get information from the white man, because British Israelites are the ones that teach this. And y'all got it from them. But anyway, I yield. Y'all could continue. I'm going to shut up.
That's great information. I appreciate that. More for my repertoire. Put in the canon. I just wanted to bring up this point. If the devil is the liar, did he lie? Did he lie to Eve? Because she did not surely die up in the day that she ate of that fruit or whatever it was from the tree of life. She did not, from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. She did not die.
Okay, so
is the devil the deceiver? Because he did not deceive her.
Yes, he did. Okay, because Adam and Eve, the Bible says that God did not create man to die. He called death to himself, right? And so therefore, you know what I'm saying, man was made eternal, because the scripture said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. So Adam and Eve was never created to die.
Hold up. I have to stop you. Because I know the Bible very well. And that first creation story is not Adam and Eve. So when he said, when God, hold up. When they said, let us make man in our image and our likeness, that is not the Adam and Eve creation. So please don't try to do me like that, because the Adam and Eve creation is a whole different creation. He created Adam first, Adam dirt, and then he put Adam to sleep, took one of his ribs, put dirt over that and breathed breath into that and created Eve. So there's 2 creation stories. Please don't try to mix them up like that. You're not going to get me. I'm not that one. So please, if we're going to talk about them, let's talk about them in the context that they're supposed to be talked about in. Don't try to eisegete me, bro. It's not going to work here.
What you're trying to do is create another argument to get out of the one you already caught up in.
All I want to talk about is did the devil deceive Eve?
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. And you went and started a whole nother argument because you don't want the smoke. You then obviously barked up and don't want now because you started a whole nother argument. But let's continue. So Adam and Eve was never created to die. And once they partook in what they were told not to partake in, due to the words of the serpent, the deceiver, who told them, ye shall surely not die, but you will be like the gods. You know what I'm saying? He told them the exact opposite of what was going to happen because they partook in that. And when you read, when you read that scripture, it says that two things was going to happen, like the brother tried to bring out. He said that you would be, your eyes will be open and that you shall surely die. Okay. Now, he said their eyes were open, but they didn't surely die. Number one, how do those two things take place at the same time? So clearly, he was not talking about ye shall surely die the moment that you eat of this tree, right? Because you can look at other.
Can we pull that verse up? Can we pull that verse up? Can we pull that verse up? Because now we got to talk about it in context. We're not you're eisegeting, and I'm not finna let you eisegete this away. You're eisegeting. You are eisegeting. You are eisegeting. So can we bring this up in context? Because what you're doing is not gonna work, bro. Stop.
I literally just said pull up the verse.
All right, Garfield, can you bring up that verse? If he don't bring it up, then I just have to go with your eisegesis and then rebut your eisegesis with the correct exegesis.
What was eisegesis?
Everything that you were saying, you're giving me your interpretation of what it is, not exactly what was going on.
Okay, well, you tell me what was going on.
So exactly what happened when Eve and the serpent met in that garden, and the serpent told her that she shall not surely die. God did tell them, they were told not to eat of those trees in the midst of the garden, for they shall surely die the day they eat of it. They shall die.
Okay, go ahead.
They shall die. It wasn't no future death, wasn't no spiritual death.
Okay, and why they didn't die?
Implement.
Then why didn't they die?
Because apparently God's the liar.
Right. Or you a liar and don't understand what you're reading.
So again,
I tend to believe it.
So
no, you have no idea.
So
where's the scripture? Where is the scripture?
So again,
he talks right.
The devil or the serpent, because it wasn't even the devil. You could call it the serpent because that's actually what it was. You made it the devil.
I didn't say
a serpent. It was a serpent. It was a serpent. So the serpent talked to Eve and made Eve eat the fruit, and her and Adam did not surely die.
And yes, they did surely die. They surely died. They surely died.
They lived to be some very gold ages according to the book.
Yeah, but that's not nothing according to weighed against eternity.
What?
Now you don't get it.
Nah, that made no sense to the conversation.
I know it don't. That's what the Bible said. It would
because they weren't talking about eternity. They weren't talking about no future death or being sent to hell. Because at this point, watch this. Hold on. Was hell a concept at this time?
We're not talking about hell. We got nothing to do with this.
Okay. So we cannot be talking about their souls or their spirits being transferred to another realm. We cannot be talking about a spiritual death.
Who said anything about a spiritual death? Okay, so you misunderstood what I'm saying.
I'm trying to figure out did Adam and Eve die when they ate the fruit? Yes or no?
I'm about to tell you. Because you just said that they died, right?
No, I didn't.
Adam and Eve didn't die?
No. They died they lived to be like 900 years old and 700 years old, something like that. They lived some very old ages. They had children and all that.
Then they what?
They do what everything does on this planet. Die.
They die.
Oh wow! It wasn't talking about no future death. So again, now this futurism that you placed into the Bible, I'm not going to let you do that.
Okay, well, prove me wrong.
I just did, because it wasn't talking about no future death.
What did you use to prove me wrong with?
Exegesis.
No, you didn't. What do you
Yes,
have?
I used exegesis. The Bible. I used the Bible to prove the Bible, to prove that you don't
You
understand.
don't even have the Bible nowhere.
I got it on my phone, just like you.
What you having on this screen?
I can't share my screen.
Okay, then until you talking, you just talking.
Just like you.
No, sir. No, sir. Because it said, in the day that you do this, you shall surely die. That's just like you say back in the day.
In the day that you should do so. Stop.
And then I'll let you finish talking.
Yo, you just made a great point. You just made a great point, and this is exactly where I wanted you to get. In the day that you do this, you shall surely die. So the day they ate of those fruits, they should have surely died. No. Stop.
But you got to put. So now you acting like the last dude, like a crybaby, but throwing a tantrum. You don't want to let me talk.
Go ahead, make up your excuse. Go ahead, make up your excuse. Go ahead, make up your excuse.
Why don't you let me say what I got to say? Because what you're not understanding is that just like the Bible speaks of the day of the flood, it's not talking about the exact days of the flood. It's not talking about the specific day. It's talking about around that time. It's talking about from because Adam and Eve was born at the foundation of the earth. They was born from the foundation of the world. So they died in that same time frame. In that same day, they died. In the days of the foundation of the world. They didn't live like God intended them to live for eternity. They died.
So again,
you have a gross misunderstanding of what you're reading, sir.
Actually, you do, and it's part of the teaching that you have been indoctrinated under. If you actually got the correct exegesis, you would understand that what I'm saying is actually correct.
I don't have to exegesis shit because I can just read the Bible and understand what it's saying.
And you're going to eisegete it, and you're going to come and you're going to continue to draw the conclusion that you do. I just did. You want to accept it? Remember, you said something earlier in this conversation, bro. You said that you're right. Remember this. I know I'm approaching this conversation with that concept in my mind. So everything that I say to you, I know you're going to think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter if we show you. So it doesn't matter if we show you where you're wrong. You're still going to think you're right. Just like this. Watch this. Mm-hmm. How did you have 3 days and nights without a sun and the moon? Explain that one. Because the moon and the sun wasn't created until Genesis 14, verse 14, on the third day or the fourth day? No, the fourth day to be exact. So how did you have 3 days and nights without a sun and the moon?
When you God, you don't need a sun and a moon. How did he say? How did on day one he say, "Let there be light" without a sun?
Oh, so light. We're not talking about light. We're talking about sun, and we're talking about day and night. You cannot have a day and a night. What did the Bible say about the sun and the moon? It said the greater light rules the day, and the lesser light rules the night. And he created the stars also. So hold up. So again, how do you have 3 days and nights without the governing bodies of the day and the night?
Because he's giving you he's giving you those things to govern those portions of the day and the night. The day and the night already exist. He's just giving you a way to separate them and to tell times and seasons and days. So at the end of the day, you're trying to argue against what God did. I'm not concerned with all of that. you're trying to create another argument because you have not shown anybody that God lied about Adam and Eve dying when he told them they was going to die if they eat from that tree. So you're looking at 968 years, which is how long Adam lived. Maybe, no, let me take that back. I don't remember. Adam lived a long time. I might not be remembering that right. He lived a long time, but that's nothing compared to what he was gonna live had they not did what they done. Now, if you can prove that to be different, where and what information do you have that says so?
You just made a value statement. You just said something that's very interesting to me. You said that.
I know.
You just said that Adam lived to be like 968 years old, but he probably would have lived longer had they not eaten that fruit.
What no probably? Didn't nobody say probably they would? Did nobody say they would probably live longer?
You said they would have lived longer or something like that, right?
They would have never died.
Oh, they would have never died. I don't. Did the Bible ever say that?
If
Anywhere in the book of Genesis, did it ever say that?
Yeah, he said it right there. Your mind is too shallow to wrap around this.
Show me in the book of Genesis where it says that they shall not die.
You keep over talking me. I'm trying to tell you where it says it. He said in the day
Scripture
that
and
you
verse. Scripture and verse where they shall not die.
You have not brought out a scripture and a verse yet, and now
Yes,
you don't
I have.
require me.
Yes, I have. I just brought out Genesis 14, the creation of the sun and the moon, and I also used the Adam and Eve creation story and the first creation story. So I've been bringing up the scriptures. I may not give the right exact number, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Then you're not giving it, and you go find it.
So I do know exactly what I'm talking about.
He said, in the day that you eat from the tree, you shall surely die. If he's telling you shall surely die, then apparently you was not gonna die if you didn't do it. That's why your mind is not ready to have these conversations with somebody like me, because you can't even understand that little basic shit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now again. So again, I'm going back to this point on this because you're talking over me.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, back to this point. They did not surely die on the day they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They lived to be 968 years old and 950 years old or something like that, respectively, according to the book.
Can I ask you a question?
Who?
You.
Who's talking?
The same person you've been talking to.
Go ahead.
Okay. So did it say on the day that you do it or in the day that you do it?
I think it said in the day that you.
All right. There's your answer. Because in the day doesn't mean that day. On the day means that day.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Now go get that trap off your neck and think about what you just done. Now, when you work yourself out of that trap, then come back and talk to me. Because you're done. Next.
Are you listening? Are you listening or are you talking? Because you can't do both. Are you listening or are you talking? You can't do both.
Nobody can hear you.
In the day simply means during the daytime or within the course of a day. Are you listening or are you talking? So in the day means in the course of the day or during the daytime. So in the day meant in the day that they eat of that fruit, they shall die. In the day. Not 950 years later.
What are you reading from, sir?
In the day.
What are you reading from, sir?
Biblical exegesis. A site that I had.
Okay, a
That
site
I've
that
been
you had.
using
What's
for
the
a
site?
long time. So you
What's
can
the
type
site?
in phrases. You can type in phrases like I just did about in the day and get a reference to what they were talking about in the Bible.
Garfield, can you type that up, please, if you got the time?
Damn, what did
Because
I
you
come
lied.
back into, man? What did I come back into, man?
He trying to make Adam. He trying to make the devil a liar when the devil did lie to Adam and Eve. The serpent didn't lie to Adam and Eve. The serpent didn't lie.
Here goes my dude, Libertarian Prince. Y'all gotta mute up. Y'all gotta mute up. You gotta give reverence to when reverence is due. Okay. I think what the problem is, y'all need to watch Ron Shields more. Ron Shields, Divine Prospect, he's a researcher. The brother, he don't hold to some of these things.
You really gonna say that to me?
So
For real?
not you. I'm not talking to you about that, bro. I'm talking to the Libertarian Prince. Don't worry about it. He said his argument is that it's listed in the 1611 Bible. We can't research for shit. Have they watched the old Amon Ra Squad tapes, man? Oh man. Y'all could hear Mika? Y'all could hear me? Go ahead, guys. I'm waiting for Libertarian Prince to come, but go ahead.
Yeah, we hear you. He wanted you to pull up that verse. He wanted you to pull up type in the day to see who got the right exegesis on that phrase in the day that you
type of what?
Type in the day to see what it references, what it means, because he think I made it up.
All right, let me share the screen. Libertarian Prince, you got to go somewhere where your signal is good, brother. Is it in the day right here? Is a phrase that uses the word in with a period of time. In this case, the day in is used with longer periods of time, such as months, years, decades, centuries, and historical periods. I don't know what y'all trying to prove.
So he's trying to disprove. Oh shit. Yeah, we're basically it was just trying to see if the serpent deceived Adam and Eve, if he lied when he told them that they shall not surely die if they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They didn't die in the day of. They died, what, hundreds of years later, according to the story? So, and it wasn't talking about no spiritual death. Again, y'all can't keep throwing that spiritual death in there.
Yep, you had your hand around him. Damn, come on, Jets.
So yeah, I don't know. Our beliefs, the way we try to jumble them up and force the conversation to fit us is weird. I just know that a lot of this stuff is incomprehensible. Like, he really, like, I don't know, man. Science isn't real, but some God that's sitting up in the desert is. That's crazy. I guess Libertarian Prince ain't joining the show. I guess he afraid of you, Garfield.
No, he ain't afraid. He's coming on. That's my people, man. But his signal is horrible. He ain't scared of me. No, nothing like that. All right, let's go. Mr. 707, you wanted to jump on and say something? Because you know you agree with me the whole day, brother.
He don't agree with me at all. No one agrees with me. Yeah, it's like anything scientific is fake. I don't get that. DNA is fake. Eve came from a rib. Like, I don't get it. The Big Bang Theory didn't happen. It's just a bunch of nonsense. DNA, God created everything just by speaking it into existence. Nothing that we actually see is real. I don't get that. I guess we living on a flat earth. And 1 times 1 is 2, Garfield. We just got to wake up to the reality that 1 times 1 is 2. And then we'll get right. They have telescopes at museums that I can go and use whenever I'm ready. James Jones, maybe you should do that too. You know, maybe you should go to your planetarium or your science center or something and use their telescopes and look out in space. You know, certain things you just can't deny. And trying to deny your chromosomes is like trying to deny who you are as a person. So I don't know about all that evolution is fake. And I ain't trying to look back to the expansion of the universe. They got telescopes that can help us do it. You could use the James Webb, the Hubble. They have telescopes out there to help you. It isn't on me though to learn these things and to look into these things. It's on you, the believer, the one who thinks that there's a creator that says some magical words and poofed everything into existence with a wand, like Merlin or Gandalf the White or Randolph the Grey or something. And now we here. I know you think we special because we live on this dot, but we not.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Libertarian Prince, I know you're not running from me. We've had conversations before. All right, now when you're researching something, right? You said the King James had it in the Apocrypha, yeah. But where did the King James get it from? They got it from the Latin, which stemmed from the Latin Vulgate. So you got to ask yourself this. Before the Latin Vulgate, where was it? And how do you trace it back? So you got to see that there is no second Esdras in the BC era. Nobody knows this book until a certain time period. But there's a lot to the conversation. We just have to sit down and just walk through it so we could draw a conclusion. What happened is you believe that book is genuine and you believe in the New Testament, in the King James. So it's kind of hard to have a real scholastic conversation if you already believe in it. All right. Well, anyway, family, we've been on for over 5 hours. I want to say peace and love to everybody. It's 3:07. I'm watching my game. I'm chilling. My Knicks come on at 6 o'clock. I'm happy. I'm going to jump on Clubhouse for a little bit, and then I'm out of here. Peace and love to y'all. One love.
Peace, Garfield.
Peace, my brother. Appreciate your savior. Peace. Thank you, Brother Ang, for coming on. Peace.